Welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lunch, aka TheIndianJesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you, and let's party. Welcome. Who do we got in the building? Shout out to Al Puke. We got HR Death Poet in the building. Welcome. Shout out to Lone Wolf and Cub. And starting us off already, Jennifer, a.k.a. Arrow, with the $2 make you holler, already accounted for the stream goal. Wait, Mort, come here. Oh, Mort. Oh, my goodness. Come on, man. Morty, come here. Oh, look, you're getting a treat. That's right. Every single donation comes with a treat for the Overlord. Thank you so very, very much. So yes, I do have a debate tonight, and I am going to be defending, or I am the negative of the prompt that science is more important than religion and tradition. So right now we're just waiting on that show to get started, but I figured I would come to you guys and see how we do with my opening statement. Maybe clean it up a little bit. And then we'll get into it. And, there's going to be other debates on the platform, obviously, but we will be able to cover those. And then I'm going to do my thing. Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's do this. We've got the timer here. So it's 3 minutes. It's 3 minute opening statements. So again, the prompt is that science is more important than religion, and I am taking the negative. Hey, shout out to the Rage page. Welcome to the party. You have missed absolutely nothing. We are just getting into it. And yeah, you ain't missed nothing. So here is my 3 minute. Oh wait, I forgot. Let's do it this way. This is my 3 minute opening statement for the debate. I, again, am on the negative side that science is more important than religion and tradition. Now, if it was just religion, that would be a harder thing to argue, but I still think I could win that one. But here, let's get some vibe music. There we go. Shout out to still can't think of a name. Welcome to the party. So this is I've thought about this. Like, is he gonna go and say, well, science is a tradition? But if we're gonna then that just means that that goes to my argument. The other way is that he would say that like outside of the scientific method, you're still doing science if you're like noticing patterns and observation and stuff. But all right, let's see the what you guys think about my opening statement. All right, here we go, and starting the timer. Tonight, I'll be refuting the claim that science is more important to society than religion and traditions. Ironically enough, I am an atheist and I have plenty of issues with religion, but this is not about my personal beliefs or preferences. Science is my absolute respect. We don't have a better method to understanding our reality than the scientific method, but that's what science is, a method, a process. It can show us what will cure diseases, enable technology, and is unquestionably the best way to improve our lives. But it suffers from the is-ought problem. It doesn't contain a single aspect that tells us why we should do moral good, which is why secular humanism failed to catch on. Society is just a people group living together under shared rules, resources, and behavioral norms that sustain a collective identity. Societies have existed for thousands of years before the scientific process. Well, this doesn't mean that people weren't engaging in observation and learning, but science, again, is that specific process that we all learned in 3rd grade of observation, question, hypothesis, experiment, conclusion, result. Not all of these societies had science, but they all had traditions. Whether it be rituals, shared narratives, or a culture of moral expectations, these all bound together the people of that society, and in many cases defined who they were. Even now, the most secular nations still have traditions. I can't wait to celebrate Christmas with my family because it's an American tradition that gives us all a reason to celebrate our community. This isn't science; they're passed down traditions. I'm assuming my opponent will argue that science is responsible for things like medical advancements and technology, which is true. But even as fundamental as those are to our way of life, they are still material goods. The question is not which is better at making us comfortable. It's which is more important to society. Traditions can be misused, but they are in fact necessary. My opponent may go into the negatives of religion, like the violence it has caused, wars, oppression, etc., and I would agree, all of that is bad. But it very clearly held together those societies. People don't organize based on data, we organize based on stories. Whether it's an organized religion, a political movement, or even just some tiny subculture, the connective tissue is traditions and values. I would never say that science is unimportant. I feel so strongly to the contrary. I'm simply arguing that it is insufficient to sustain a society, which is not the case with tradition. You can remove science, and life will become much more uncomfortable and difficult. But if you take away tradition, life becomes meaningless. Science is more important to the advancement of a society, but traditions, such as religion, are fundamentally necessary for their existence in the first place. Five seconds left to spare. What do we think? What do we think? Shout out to Kansas Hemp Man. Welcome. Do you? I mean, we kind of do. We kind of have a class issue like that. I don't know. What do we think? Welcome. What did you guys think of my opening statement? Shout out to Turbo Times. Welcome. We got the captain of the moral villain crew. Welcome to the party. You gotta start slow. I'll be spicy in the open debate. The open debate is where, there you go. I was saying the same thing. Shout out to Guam Tag. Welcome. Very good to see you, sir. Said, liked, and shared. And guys, you guys know that stuff helps out the channel so very much. It's free. It's easy. It takes 1 second. And it really does help. It doesn't even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link that you share. Just by you telling the platform, I want more people to see this. They will show it to more people. Welcome to the party. We got Guilty of Being Right. Welcome. Shout out to Futoy. Very good to see you guys. My Teen Wolf? I don't know. Maybe. It was a full moon the other night, right? I don't know what you're talking about, okay? I'm just trying to get this all... Welcome to the party. All right, so let's go. What time is it? We got 8:40, so we got time. All right, let me adjust my clock again, and or my clock. Let me adjust my heating, and we'll go over it one more time before we hop back in. All right. All right. Shout out to the TikTok 10K challenge. Welcome. Speaking of K and challenge, I am so close to 5,000 subscribers, guys. If you could hit that subscribe button, I would be so happy. I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it, like right now. So hit that subscribe, and you know that YouTube sucks with those notifications, so ring the bell so you never miss a Indian Jesus party ever again. My parents are not from India. My dad's ancestry is Indian, but my parents are West Indian. So my mom is from Jamaica, and my dad is from Trinidad and Tobago. The Rage page said they address different facets of human experience, with science explaining how the natural world, observable, testable facts, explaining the how of the natural world, and religion often focusing on the why, meaning, and morality. Yep, they're separate domains that don't necessarily conflict. And they definitely don't conflict, but we're being given a dichotomy of one of these is better. Or rather, one of these is more important to society. And as much as I don't believe in the truth claims of religion, I think it's clear that we've had plenty of societies without science and no societies without religion. So even if I personally don't believe, then I still think that, my whole thing is that I want to build a secular moral system so that we can get away from Christianity as an American thing. Like, if you want to be Christian, go for it. But I'm not, and so I still want to engage in American politics. But it's easier to wrap my head around these things if it is not tied to, you must believe in this thing. And I think there's a lot of people like that. I feel like you'll attack the question of science needs religion in order to point it in the right direction if it comes up. Yeah, I think this goes to what the last thing, that they don't necessarily conflict, but if we have to pick one, if we only have facts, if we only have data, then a society will not stand. There needs to be something that pulls people together. Futo, I said, a lot of addiction recovery programs like Alcoholics Anonymous use the idea of a higher power. Yeah, that's a good example. There you go. And like I was saying in the opening statement, whether it's a political movement or just a niche crowd, Alcoholics Anonymous is Alcoholics Anonymous because of the values and traditions that they have. Not many thoughts on the Hindu gods. I was brought up Christian, and now I'm an atheist, so that's just not really my world. Sorry. They made science a religion. They made science a religion now. Scientology. Like it or not, you're in a religion now. I don't subscribe to that. I don't subscribe to that. Shout out to Mark McNeil. Welcome. I just find it strange that so-called secular people are comfortable criticizing Christianity, never Islam. Well, I just did a whole stream covering Andrew Wilson destroying that Muslim dude. So if you're looking, you found the right place. Hit that subscribe. We also got Soldier of Christ. Welcome to the party. The U.S. was never a Christian nation. I know that, but other people are like, no, it definitely was. So, all right, let's go through oh, don't even fucking tell me. Are you serious? Please tell me you're joking. Somebody tell me something. Yes, no, Mike, good, bad. No? Okay, I'm going to assume that's just you. All right. So, take two. Good now? Okay. All right. Well, thank you for letting me know. You do. I definitely need you guys to let me know when that does happen. All right. So here we go. 3-minute opening statement one more time. Make sure we're not running late. Okay. Here we go. Tonight, I'll be refuting the claim that science is more important to society than religion and tradition. Ironically enough, I am an atheist with plenty of issues. It's not about my personal preferences. Science has my absolute respect. We don't have a better method to understanding our reality than the scientific method. But that's what science is, a method, a process. It can show us what will cure diseases, enable technology, and is unquestionably the best way to improve our lives. But it suffers from the is-ought problem. It doesn't contain a single aspect that tells us why we should do moral good, which is why secular humanism failed to catch on. A society is just a people group living together under shared rules, resources, and behavioral norms that sustain a collective identity. Societies have existed for thousands of years before the scientific process, and that doesn't mean that people weren't engaging in observation and learning, but science, again, is that specific process that we all learned in 3rd grade of observation, question, hypothesis, experiment, conclusion, result. Not all of these societies had science, but they all had traditions. Whether they be rituals, shared narratives, or a culture of moral expectations. These all bound together the people of that society, and in many cases defined who they were. Even now, the most secular nations still have traditions. I can't wait to celebrate Christmas with my family. Not because I believe, because it's an American tradition that gives us all a reason to celebrate our community. This isn't science. This is a passed down tradition. I'm assuming my opponent will argue that science is responsible for things like medical advancements and technology, and that's true. But even as fundamental as those are to our way of life, they are still material goods. The question is not which is better at making us comfortable. It's which is more important to society. Traditions can be misused, but they are in fact necessary. My opponent may go into the negatives of religion, like the violence it has caused, wars, oppression, etc., and I would agree, all of that is bad. But it very clearly held together those societies. People don't organize based on data. We organize based on stories. Whether it's an organized religion, a political movement, or even just some tiny subculture, like the AI we were talking about, the connective tissue is traditions and values. I would never say that science is unimportant. I feel so strongly to the contrary. I'm simply arguing that it is insufficient to sustain a society, which is not the case with tradition. You can remove science from life, and it will. You can remove science, and life will become much more uncomfortable and difficult. But if you take away tradition, life becomes meaningless. Science is important to the advancement of a society, but tradition, such as religion, are fundamentally necessary for their existence in the first place. And I concede my time. With 3 seconds to go. There we go. Let me get this out of the way here. What do we think? I gotta scroll up. I should have scrolled. Yeah, definitely let me know. Okay. Yeah, definitely let me know of that stuff. And it said you're a Luciferian. Luciferian? No, I am definitely not. It's in and out. Fuck. All right, we're gonna try this. Testing. So it just said separation of church and state is proof that a proof of that, and a grave error, but par for the course since Freemasons founded this oligarchy. Facts. Welcome everybody, new Flame Warrior. Welcome to the party. It is rehearsed. There we go. The hair. That's about it. The hair. Shout out to Vegan Dolls. Why does Ben Shapiro sound like me? Keep the Christ in Christmas? You know. Hey, shout out to Carl's Frosted Tips. Welcome to the party. Let's go. I gotta make my drink here. Oh yeah, I mean that's how I do. That ain't nothing new. I feel like your opponent is going to try and attack you on separating tradition from religion. I mean, even if we, I don't disagree with you. I think it's much easier to attack religion than it is to attack the idea of tradition. But like it's part of the prompt. And so if I needed to separate them, then he could put me on the back foot by doing that. I'm agnostic too, but yeah, I'm not too sure where where you can go. I think the biggest thing I'm worried about is him successfully saying that all these traditions are science because of their effectiveness or something. But if it goes that way, it's like, yeah, okay, bro, if everything is science, then obviously science is more important than something that is not everything. That's clearly not the question that we're asking. Who am I going against? It's not somebody known like that. Just goes by the name Hammer. Science is more important than... Oh, it's not even in society. Science is more important than religion and tradition. Okay, so I gotta make sure. Fuck. All right. Boom. More important. Oh, Jesus. More important than religion and traditions are science with absolute respect. So I don't even need. Okay, well, I'll define society just because I want that. All right. And so I'm using that as a basis that it's important to society. So that is interesting because he could come from a different angle and say it's more important to something other than society. But I should have read that a little bit closer. Yeah, let me get my drink. Let me get my drink. Make a little something. A little something. And if you own a alcohol company, then let me know, and I will be happy to promote for you. But as of right now, I'm doing my own thing. Add a little of this. Add a little bit of that. All right. And skull. Dilly. Hey, shout out to Carl's Frosted Tips. Jesus always wins. Hi, Morty. There we go. Another treat for the Overlord. Thank you so very, very much. A member for 15 months. My goodness. Oh, and the $2. Thank you. So believe in God or not, just don't tell me I can't. Fair enough. Believe in God or not, just don't tell me I have to. I think that's fair. I think that is fair. Boom. No, I need that here. I do need that here. So I'll put that here. Smile. Okay. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Of course, that adds to the Morty Memorial Fund. So we are up to $994 for when our little Overlord passes. That is 2 out of 15 Super Chats and 4 out of $50 to get Morty his special treat. We got the good stuff. The good stuff. You can see his little his Kong's behind him, but he's got it there, and he knows, and he is waiting. So we got Arrow and Carl's Frosted Tips, co-sponsors of the stream. Thank you so very, very much. All right, it looks like we are starting. All right, so I am going to have to turn my camera off for this so that it will turn on in Discord. But just give me a second. Anybody else new? All right. And remember, guys, when we do this kind of stuff, I obviously can't be as on top of the chat as a normal show. So if you like this stuff, then make sure you get those super chats in, just like our boy Carl, just like Arrow, because then I just won't do them. What was I about to do? All right, so turn camera off here. Join. Is it on? All right, I'm gonna have to exit. So what I'm gonna have to do, I'm gonna have to exit the stream because it's still catching my camera. So I'm gonna jump out. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I'm live right now. All right. So what I'm gonna do, guys, if I come up full screen like this, I'm talking directly to you guys. Because if I come back here, then you won't be able to see anything. Or, I guess I could do that and stay here. And then if I come, this is me talking to you. But, you can't hear them? Let me know. Shit. All right. So what? I think it might be because I wasn't there. Fuck. Why would that not happen? Input. Output should be to default. No. Okay. That's what we want. We want that. That should work. All right. So okay. Let me know. Can you hear them? No, I can't hear them. That's not good.
I even have a fun little thing that I'm doing here where I'm going to be...
I can't hear that. Can we hear this now? Yes, no. Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Maybe I'll try share the application. Fuck. All right, give me a second here. This should be the most fucking simple, the simple thing. All right, so I'm gonna join there. Pop that out. Share.
Scoring system and trying
How about
to
that?
Out here and now for the next couple of debates for the next couple of weeks and such.
Sound. Oh, we heard them before.
We
Okay.
jump into it, and this surprises me that Kay didn't know this. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and click the go live button since it's time.
So right now, you guys can only hear me, right?
I can still hear you, but I'm going to use the bathroom.
You can hear them?
Yep. No worries.
Tell me you hear them. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Doink.
All right. Sorry about that. I was having some issues. We couldn't hear everybody, but we're good now.
But you got it. You got it sorted. All right. Cool.
Indeed. I don't like.
All right. How much of what I said did you catch?
Not much. Sorry.
All right, cool. That's fine. No worries. I'm probably going to have to say it again once we have everybody here.
Yeah,
it shouldn't affect what you have to do anyway.
Yeah, it won't. Except for just a so you know.
Shout out again to Arrow again with the $2. I'm gonna forget
going over
the way that
format for everybody again. I thought Kay would have known the format by now, but apparently he thought he was.
Thank you so very much, and of course that means you steal back the sponsor spot. Very much appreciated. I hate how this is mirrored.
Woe unto you, Mr. Razor, for what you're up against.
Thank you.
A prepared K is a scary proposition. So, anyways, all right.
A prepared me is scary as well.
Good. Very good. All right. So, we still have two more people who are going to be showing up. That is Ancom and Groofus. Groofus did tell me he was going to be running a couple of minutes late. And funny enough, his his competitor is Ancom. So it's possible that I'm just going to go ahead and start it without the two of them, and we'll get one of y'all going first. And I'll just have to change some stuff with the title and such. So real quick, for those of you who have never debated here before, welcome, first of all, and thanks for hanging out with us. So the way that we do things here is a little bit different from everybody else on the internet that I've seen. Number one, we're going to be having two judges who are going to score this. They've got 10 points to distribute. Doomer, if you would put on some sort of your
the Big
OBS
10
virtual
memberships.
cam,
Thank you.
so that it puts
So
you where you
very, very much.
belong.
And welcome
Anyway,
to
there's
the
going to be
party.
two judges who are going to have 10
What a
points
way
to
to
distribute
jump
across
in.
the
Thank
two
you,
debaters as
thank you,
they
sir.
see fit,
Very, very
as
much.
well as an audience vote. Now, the audience vote is going to be at the end of the debates. Now, I'm not going to do the before and after anymore like I've done historically. I'm just going to do the one time after, just to simplify things, and it'll make it fit better with the scoring of the judges. What we do is we do a 3-minute opening from the AF, followed by 2 minutes of cross-examination by the NEG. NEG is then going to have their 3-minute open, followed by 2-minute cross-examination from AF. Now, the cross-examination, just to clarify, is your time to use as you see fit. What I personally recommend is that you either use that time to ask questions, to poke holes in the your opponent's opening, or to set traps for your own opening. However, how you use that time is entirely up to you. We've had some people who are like, look, a 3-minute opening is not enough, so they just use the whole 5 for their opening. We've had some people who just blink into the fucking camera and say, I don't know what to do. So how you want to do it is how you want to do it. I'm not going to interrupt anybody anymore. You now understand what it's for. You also are not obligated to use all of your time. You can pass the time anytime that you like. After the opens and cross, we then go to a 10 to 15 minute open talk. Now, that is going to be you guys talking to each other as you see fit. Once again, we prefer good faith generally, but you're in control. Do you? We're going to, it starts out at a default of 10 minutes, but if I'm interested in, I know that sounds kind of arbitrary on its own, but if I see that the conversation is still going,
I bet you that's my opponent. I bet you.
I'll add another 5 minutes on. But if you guys are just kind of circling and doing the same thing and repeating yourselves, or if it's just, if you guys don't seem to be going anywhere, then I'm just going to cut it at the 10 minutes. And then after that, we're going to have 2 3-minute closes, starting with AF again, and the negative is going to have the final say. Now, during that time, the judges, and actually, this is another thing I'm changing. I'm going to add my own questions occasionally. The judges and the moderator can ask some questions of the debaters to sort of clarify some points, et cetera, et cetera. This is more for our clarification of where you're at, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, so it's not going to be that you're not debating the judges or the moderator. They are not going to be aggressive questions in that way. They're going to be more clarifying questions. And then after that, we're going to go ahead and go to the judges. And after the judges is the audience. The audience gets to vote while the judges are talking. Then we go to the audience for the either tiebreaker or the, I mean, we're going to be keeping track of who does and does not get split decisions. So if you get a unanimous decision, it's at the very least going to give you some bragging rights. So, all right. And Doomer?
What is up?
That is your face, Doomer?
This is, yeah.
Good God, that is not what I expected, man. Okay.
Who knew
Right
he was
on.
a wook?
I know, right? Okay, no, cheers, man. Right on. All right, groovy. Well then, yeah. So,
Nice
hey,
to
How's it
appreciate
going, folks? Sorry, I
Welcome
got
in,
here a
Ancom.
little bit late and don't have a camera today because
Nope.
I decided
No
not to
worries.
work.
Hey, we added a camera for Doomer, so this is unprecedented fucking ground. So, now
I
with
did
that
try to
said,
put-
He does look like a
I-
person who dabs.
true
I
story.
did try
That
to put a
that is
little
true.
voice indicator in my OBS just so there would be something, but I can see it doesn't really show up well on.
Oh, I could kind of see
No,
it. I
it's-
see it.
I can
Yeah,
see
no,
the
yeah.
Nova's moving a bit.
Yeah, like it. Yeah, that's all I wanted. Like I was hoping to make the lines a little bit thicker, but there wasn't a setting in the plugin I found, so it's all good.
And come,
Yeah, no,
wash
that's
Allah,
cool.
let it be, my friend. Wash
Yeah,
Allah,
no,
let it
absolutely.
Wait,
be.
So
what
just so
did you
everybody
say?
knows,
Wash Allah.
I'm guessing that is an Arabic phrase. No, I'm guessing it's an Arabic phrase meaning leave it to God or something like that.
Well, no, mashallah is God has willed it. Washallah is like it's a meme that's been going around.
You're already losing points.
Yeah, I mean, like what we wash a lot, take a shower, wash it off,
No, I mean it literally sounded like
welcome
like
in, chat.
a classic Islamic phrase that was, anyways.
Yeah. There's inshallah and mashallah are the actual phrases. Washallah is.
I think he just
I
proved
can't
you're
say
racist is all that happened. Well,
I almost spit my drink out. Jesus,
it's this guy up in the corner.
Quiet. So.
Come on,
that was Hockford.
So I'm going to give it up to 15 minutes. I actually had an order in mind that I wanted to do, and I had a reason for that order, mostly just my interest in each of the topics, but the debates that as I think that they're going to become.
What is this? Your show?
Almost. However,
Rufus
is running. That's right. It's our show. Rufus is running a couple minutes late. So I'm going to give him up to the 15-minute mark. He said it should be 10 to 15. If he's not here at 15 minutes, we're just going to go ahead and start with a different debate. That said, Ancom, did you hear the couple of changes? I don't know if you were tuned in.
No, I wasn't listening to stream, but
no worries. Let's, Chief, since you've heard it like 3 times, will you do the short and curlies, please?
All right, so we're adding a true scoring element where there's going to be 10 points divided by the judges as they see fit among the contenders. So you could think of it like it starts 5-5 and people gain or lose from there, but it'll be kind of like a slider that happens. And then instead of 2 votes by the audience, there's just going to be 1 vote at the end. And in case there's a split decision, the audience will be choosing the winner. And,
so we decided to change off the who.
Yeah, there's no delta.
Minds.
We're off delta.
It doesn't make a lot of sense when you don't have the same number of people voting. So
fair enough.
Plus, it makes it so that the metrics are the same.
The other thing is that Horseradish is going to be picking MVPs because there's not like a team debate going on, so the judges are just picking their winners. That makes sense. That's
I hate that I'm at the
MVP, but then Horse is going to have.
I hate that I'm at the bottom,
but it's just I've got 1 point to give out for the night.
So I have a recommendation on the Delta. I realize we're kind of in the middle of things, so I can do this.
No,
later,
I'm figuring so that you know real quick, Income. This is still the experimental stage for the next 3 weeks.
This
January
is
1st. Yeah, this is preseason. January 1st, I'm actually starting a season and I'm tracking score and tracking wins. I'm going to actually have a prize at the end. So again, whatever you suggest, now's the time.
Here's my suggestion. Instead of having the audience vote, you have the other debaters and yourself vote anonymously and then base the delta off that, because the judges are going to give their opinion.
Because the chat is dumb as fuck.
It's more the fact that if you get it right before the debate starts and then right after the debate ends, you have the same people voting. You have 5 people, so you're never going to get a tie. And so, and then you can have actually, if it's a delta, then a tie doesn't really matter. No, actually it does. But, the whole point is to see, whether or not you change minds. So having those 5 people do the vote could be a good.
Really quick, not TheIndianJesus' chat. His chat is smart and based, but everyone else's chat. I don't know if he was holding his chat up to the camera, but
I wasn't. That's funny.
Yeah.
Now fuck TheIndianJesus' chat.
So I actually
fuck you guys.
I like the idea, but here's the reasons that the things that have me. I will consider this. Number 1, the audience participation is kind of important to me. I actually like the fact that the audience gets to be involved, and I think the audience seems to enjoy that as well. Number 2, given the fact that, in my personal opinion, debate is specifically about persuasion, right? Debate is about it's about being able to pull people in. I want the audience to show whether they are persuaded. Now, with the other thing is, if we have, and I can't imagine we would do this, But I'm sure you of all people, Ancom, have probably heard the stories about sumo wrestling's inherent corruption and cheating, which is to say that I'm afraid that if the people in control of deciding who wins are the people who have a vested interest in the tournament itself, that I could see somebody trying to game that shit. Not saying you guys would, but I want to make sure that there is not any of that, right? And I do also understand that ultimately an audience could do the same thing, but yeah. I mean, I do have it set up so that it's only one per VPN, or I mean, one per IP address, one vote per IP address. Somebody with an aggressive VPN could fucking break it, I guess. But like I said, I'll consider that. But I actually really like the audience participation aspect. So, now. With that said, if what we're going to do is we're going to take the percentage and we're going to round it so that it's an even distribution. So it's possible that there can be ties now. I don't love that aspect of it. It's possible that both of the judges could score at 5-5. It's possible that the audience could score at 50-50, in which case there's no winner for that debate. That's a bitch, but okay. So anyways,
people still
all right. Rufus has 3 minutes. I'm sorry. Yeah, exactly. People got information and we all got some fun and some practice. Because for those of you who are just tuning in and you don't know, the reason that I am doing this is not just because I absolutely adore debate, but it's also because I think that debate is really important. And I think that it is useful. Hot diggity damn perfect timing, Rufus.
The lizard.
I think,
of course, in the worst possible spot.
That shit.
The worst possible fucking spot.
Is about persuasion, and it's about us being able to find ways to communicate with each other and to communicate to people we don't necessarily agree with. And also, to be a good debater, in my humble opinion, you have to be able to understand your opposition. In order to engage with the point you're arguing against, you have to understand their arguments. And it's really difficult to hate somebody if you can understand them, in my personal experience. So anyways, welcome in, Rufus. Glad you're here. Do me a few, say a few things.
Oh, yeah.
Just like, yeah. Oh,
hello,
yeah,
Testy.
Yeah, testes indeed. One more time.
Testy.
Yep. Nope. That's good. That's good. All right. Cool.
I'm going to turn you down myself a little. There you go.
Hey, Rufus.
Hi, Kay.
Was that UK that spoke?
That was Razor.
That was Razor. Okay. I thought I heard Kay.
No. If he's
that was Razor.
You said, listen. Yeah, Razor said I'm going to have to turn you down. Yeah,
just a little bit.
Razor,
it blew my ears out.
Sorry.
Yeah,
you're good. You're good though. Not your fault.
There we go.
And it was useful because whenever you spoke, Razor, I realized you were a little quiet. So, all right.
Oh no,
it's actually a good debate tactic.
It's actually more that my mic is here, but the arm is screwed up, so I have to keep putting it to the side if I want to go hands free. If I'm talking normally,
I forgot I can't do that.
I actually
Discord does it alphabetically.
The mic isn't that. Are you sure you're on your right mic source for
I'm
Discord?
not sure you're on the right mic. I think you might.
It's the only one that's connected. Let me double check.
You sound a little bit.
Camera.
Yeah, you sound a little distant. Just saying.
It happens to me all the fucking time, bro. All the goddamn time.
I've always had it on that.
And you
let's fucking go! Come on!
Randomly sometimes, so you gotta.
We're 15 minutes late already.
Good track record for this.
And we're dilly-dallying. Yes. Let's get to it.
He is a reliable source of information when it comes to sound. So.
Give me a second.
You're welcome. Again, I do this all the fucking time, man.
Now you can start the debate.
I actually have a way. There's a reason you'll see me in most servers. I am in the top corner, but I can't change it for his. I can't change it for his thing because it's like negative and all that stuff for the prompt.
Yeah, that's like night and day, dude. Night and day. You sound amazing.
Let me let me see this. I think it is. Give me a second. Set it over to the side and tell me how it sounds. How does that sound?
Like
it sounds like you're talking loud. Yeah, like it's far away.
Like you just moved your mic.
It sounds like it used to sound before you changed your setting.
Yep, that's what. Okay, fuck. Yeah, see if I hold it like this if I hold it like this because the mic arm's screwed up. I have a new one. I haven't put it in yet, but it
yeah. Well, this will be your motivation.
Rolls for the YouTube show. What does that mean?
Yeah, so
welcome to the party. Debates are about to begin.
Every time you grab it and move it, it's punching us in the ear holes. So,
I apologize. I will move it.
I like that gentle grab though. That did it for me.
Yeah, that was wonderful. Yeah, can you do that again but slower?
It was like with your fursuit, it was like you're a bear going to take off the beehive and get yourself some honey.
Again, that's usually what I do, but as you can see, there's
How
the
do I
N.
do the thing so I show a video or an
Okay,
image or whatever?
so
It's
yep. Do you have OBS?
Yes, I have it up right now.
Perfect. Do you have, so in the bottom right corner, usually you're going to see virtual cam. Wherever it says start streaming, start recording, and all that, you're going to see start virtual camera. Okay, now go over to your Discord.
That's why TikTok is king, baby. Oh my goodness! Again, with the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Thank you so very, very much. Of course, every donation comes with a treat for Morty. Thank you so very, very much, sir.
Virtual fighter.
Oh, I keep doing that.
Fighter.
Nope.
You made me feel old. Click the go or the camera button, and huzzah, it should work. Hey, welcome in, Cosmic. Stick around, jump in for the after party, buddy. Are you ready there, Groofus?
I think I'm doing something wrong.
I think you probably are. All right, so
it starts with believing in yourself.
Yes, he's right. So we all believe in you.
Streaming with an OBS and having the Discord camera, for some reason, it's a huge pain in the ass. Like nothing else is like as difficult as Discord, but for some reason, it just messes with you so bad. I hate it so much.
Groofus, on the bottom of the window for this actual chat, if you're looking at the window with everyone's chat, on the bottom there's like a turn on, turn off camera. You might be able to hit the arrow next to that and change which camera it has selected to the OBS virtual camera, and then turn it on through there.
We have hit the goal already. So I gave Morty his treat. Where's your
but
now, guys, every single donation gets an extra refill.
Indian Jesus' dog is about to fucking mow on some cheese whiz. He's about to get it.
Is that what that is?
Oh yeah, he deserves it. Look at him.
That special Kong filling. We have already hit the goal on my channel. So big shout out to the disciples. Very much appreciated.
Can you give your dog some scritches for me?
Some scratches?
Yeah.
Give your dog some scritches.
Yeah.
Thank you.
His chat really wanted to prove that they didn't suck.
You can pet the dog. In this chat, you can pet the dog.
No shocking. Free Kaya. No shocking.
Free Kaya. Something.
Yeah, we just learned the magic of Cheese Whiz for our dogs. We never even occurred to me. They fucking love cheese. Like if we open the cheese drawer, they all go absolutely nuts. But
I just got the name brand, but that's a good idea.
Just grab a can of it and just like if you want their attention, you start fucking squeezing that shit. They're all over you. So Groofus,
remains dog legs.
It's big. OBS is being stupid.
So.
Okay.
So the debate is science is more important
the reason for that
than religion and tradition, and I'm saying no.
What is your virtual camera?
Welcome.
A picture, a screenshot.
Okay. And is that the scene that is chosen? If you click on the little gear next to start virtual camera, you can choose which of the scenes.
See, all of this stuff is why I love StreamYard. Because OBS, you can do anything, but there's so many settings that it's fucking complicated as shit. I just fucking plug in. Discord had a couple issues, but usually with StreamYard, it either working or it ain't.
Turn it off and on again.
Yeah, blow in it.
That's what
she tries shaking it.
Shake it like the baby.
Oh, don't shake the baby.
I remember the commercials. They said it twice. They said never, never shake a baby.
So
like, just in case you think we're fucking around with this baby shaking stuff, we're serious.
Just never shake a baby.
They're like never. You're like sometimes, and they're like no, never.
Great job, Groofus. We had faith in you, buddy.
Hey,
is that like a Star Trek thing? Did you
it's
do that
over 9,000.
That's
Star Wars.
Oh,
It's
StreamYard
Star
is
Wars.
way better for what I like to
Is that
do.
the sun?
For sure.
Is it the Sun Killer?
For sure.
No.
Or some-
Shout out to
Star
Rhett.
Wars.
Welcome.
Oh, okay.
We
It's Skyrim, bro.
I'm going to be
Skyrim.
defending
I knew I recognized it,
religion
I just couldn't
as
place
more
it.
important.
Yeah, because the Star Killer was just a more
Than
gigantic
science.
Death Star that was a
Should be
No,
science.
I was
starting
actually I said that wrong. I meant to say Sun Crusher, not Star Killer.
I was gonna. Yeah,
Sun
that was a
Crusher.
different thing.
The problem
Crusher
is,
Crusher.
Yeah,
The problem is all
yeah,
this
well,
shit.
the problem is so many of the names are like sound like they should be interchangeable. Star Killer, Sun Crusher, they sound like the same thing.
I mean,
Are
one of those
weeds? Are
characters
those
from
type of
Force
weed
Unleashed.
strains?
That ooh.
Anyway, I remember reading about the Sun Crusher, and I couldn't remember if that's what it looked like.
No.
We'll do a nerd date on a different night, but since we got everybody up and running, I think it's time for us to fucking get this party started.
Let's go.
So, without further ado, everybody, welcome in, and thank you for hanging out with us tonight. So, we have got a night full of debates. We've got 3 debates up ahead of us tonight. That is going to be tonight's first one is going to be natural resources should be held in collective ownership. Our second debate of the night is going to be science is more important than religion and tradition. And our third closing is going to be I support affirmative action for the poor. Now, I'm going to put a little bit of information into it just to clarify the prompt at the beginning of each debate. But for everybody just tuning in, the way this is going to work, we have a sort of a modified Lincoln Douglas format. We're going to have a 3-minute open from our affirmative debater. Then we're going to have 2 minutes of cross-examination from the negative. The negative is then going to get their 3 minutes to open, followed by 2 minutes cross-examination of the affirmative. Now, after that, that's just going to roll straight into the 10 to 15-minute open conversation. And then after that, we're going to have a 3-minute close from AF, a 3-minute close from neg, and then the scores. Now, what's really important is everybody out there in the audience, and this is for anybody else who's streaming, so that's you too, Indian Jesus. If you could, please vote at the end. We're no longer going to do a beginning and an after debate vote. We're just going to do the after vote. But your votes matter, and they're important. You are the third judge in this audience. So I'm going to give a link. It is free to do, costs you nothing. This isn't like all those other money-grubbing capitalist streams. You just get to click it for free, but you only get to click it once. Otherwise, you'll go blind. So
capitalism over
we are
here,
gonna go ahead and jump in
baby.
there first with our first debate. It's going to be Ancom up here in the top. And he is going to be arguing the affirmative of our current prompt, and the negative is going to be the Sun Star Killer in the bottom center, Admiral Rufus. That thing in the bottom center. And our prompt, as you see above us, is natural resources should be held in collective ownership. Now, how exactly that's going to be framed is going to be up to you guys. However, I think we all understand that natural resources is anything that comes naturally around us. It's any resources that come from the earth. And as far as held in collective ownership,
So obviously,
that could
guys,
mean a
I
bunch
can't
of different
pause them.
things. That is going to be for the
I'm going to do my
debaters
best
sort out what
to
they
not
mean by
interrupt
it.
too
So this
much
one's
and
pretty
give
much
commentary
self-explanatory, I think.
while
Do
they're
either of
debating.
the debaters have any
But
questions?
obviously-
Ancom and Grufus.
They're doing their thing.
No, I don't think so.
All right, cool. Ancom, you're good?
Yep.
All right, fantastic. Well then, 3 minutes is on the clock. As you guys can see, there is a clock above my head.
It's also a good sign if you
Discord
hear
channel,
this
so you don't have
sound.
to watch the stream to see it.
That
But
means
3
I've
minutes is
muted
on the
Discord to
clock
talk
for
to you
Ancom.
guys.
I'm going to go ahead and get that started as soon as you start talking. So, whenever you're ready, sir, the mic is yours.
It was Jean-Jacques Rousseau who said the first person who, having enclosed a plot of land, took it into his head to say, "This is mine," and found people simple enough to believe him, was the true founder of civil society. What crimes, wars, murders, what miseries and horrors would the human race have been spared had someone pulled up the stakes or filled in the ditch and cried out to his fellow men, "Do not listen to this impostor. You are lost if you forget that the fruits of the earth belong to all, and the earth itself to no one." This is the position from which I will be arguing today. I believe that the earth, the lands, the natural resources upon it, all of these belong to no one, and that only those who only those who labor and work to transform the resources of the earth into the things that we use every day will be able to effectively manage them, those who do that labor and those who are affected by that labor. So you have lots of extractive industries today that spew pollution into the environment, make lives worse for the people around those areas, and generally strive for nothing more than profit at the exclusion of the safety, the natural beauty.
I don't even remember the prompt.
The value that is
What are they debating?
the value of the land that cannot be sold for a profit. That simply gets destroyed. My proposition is that the communities around these resources should be the one to control and decide how those resources are used, whether they be extracted, preserved, transformed for some human usage, whatever that may be, rather than private industry and corporations and companies who all they view is the earth as a profit-making machine. That is my position.
Fine. All right. Very good. We're going to kick this over to Groofus. You got 2 minutes on the clock. Use it how you will, sir. Ask the questions. You are in control of the time. Go ahead and start.
Is it fair to assume you wish all the means of production to be collectively owned by the community?
Generally speaking, yes.
Does that collective have a right to
Just
stop
put up a
any
poll,
individual
check it
from
out.
using those resources independently, like farming land alone?
It would be more accurate to say that the community as a whole is involved in the decision of how those resources are used. So if someone tries to use resources that have not been decided upon by the community around them in that way, then yes, I would say, generally speaking, the community would have some ability to stop them, or at least discuss with them how that resource is being used.
Okay. So let's say there are a small commune of people. They each collectively own is a single the farm or some such, and each person wants a different plan for it, and one wants to do nothing with it and to conserve it. When two or more reach for the stick with incompatible plans, does the collective have the right to physically decide whose hands closes around it and whose hands are pushed away?
I think it's more about figuring out what the best compromise is. It's not as if people can't talk and figure these things out.
So if some people are unwilling to change, because there will always be contrarians within a society.
Sure.
So yes or no?
I mean, I agree that there will always be contrarians in the society, if that's what you're asking.
All right, and that's time for the cross. So we're going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock there for you, Groofus. It is time for your opening, sir. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Go ahead and start when you're ready.
So let's say there are 26 people within a town, people A to Z who all own collective ownership of something. A wants to burn it tonight. B wants to save it for spear fishing. Sorry. C wants to use it to carve a flute. D wants to use it as a lever. E through Y wants to use it as a bunch of other things. And Z insists that no one may ever touch it. At the exact moment, two or more people reach for the stick whose hand closes around it and whose hand is physically pushed away. There is no community ghost hand that can act for all 26. Only individual bodies can act on scarce matter. The instant anyone tries to physically prevail, the person has exercised exclusive control over the stick. The other 25 have been physically excluded. This is the textbook definition of private property performed. Collective ownership of a single scarce resource is therefore not a third option between private property and chaos. It is either private property by another name, one faction wins, or open physical conflict until one faction wins anyways. Multiply this by every acre of land, every mine, every forest, every drop of water on the earth, and you have described permanent civil war with mandatory solidarity meetings. My opponent has said they will just talk. Needs and reasons will decide. Fine. Moment talking ends and the grabbing begins, as it always does. The same contradictions reappear. Someone's body will control the resource. Someone else's body will be excluded. Solidarity is a speech act. Scarcity is a physical fact. The affirmative position is a performative contradiction that self-destructs the instant any member of the collective tries to act. It is not a workable system. It is not even a coherent system. This means there is no. This means there is only private property and there is no public property. Resolution is false. I yield the rest of my time.
Putting 2 minutes on the clock for cross from you and
most of you guys are saying no.
All right, go ahead, give him hell.
When people disagree, is that just the end of it? It has to devolve into physical conflict from there? Can people not, talk things out?
They can, but eventually people will. If you don't have enough. But there are the contradiction isn't in the.
Tell me he's not going to fall apart like the last guy. The last time I did this show, the guy was just like, "Bro, I can't even think right now."
Act of itself of the aggression, but the fact that two or more people cannot use the same resource for a scarce resource for means multiple.
I agree that two or more people can't use it for different things, but this is why we have brains. This is why we have communication. This is why we are a social species in our core nature. We can talk about these things. We can resolve disagreements. We can mediate different ideas to come to compromises. There is no reason to say that it must either be one person controlling the stake or violent conflict. There are other options. There are many different ways to resolve conflicts, aren't there?
The issue is if you only one person can use the stick at a time, and especially if it's going to end up in if someone wants to use a stick to stoke a fire, then that stick is now gone and there can be no compromise.
I mean, the compromise comes before deciding what to do with the stick. If we want to, collectively, we decide, yes, this stick needs to go in the fire because we need the fire to keep warm, we can agree on that, right?
I mean, sure, you theoretically could, but what happens if no one, or if there are people who disagree? Is there a
does mediation not exist as a way to resolve disagreements?
Conversation is open. 10 minutes is on the clock.
Yeah,
just go ahead.
All right.
Yeah,
I agree here.
Mediation exists. Sure. The issue is that public property or communal property, regardless of how you want to phrase it, implies a contradiction because two people cannot use the same scarce resource at the same time.
But it doesn't, because with communal property, you have everyone affected by the usage of that resource being involved in the decision-making process. You're just assuming that, either one person gets their way or no one does, and compromise and mediation and coming to an agreement can happen. You can convince another person to change their mind. That's the entire point of debate, which we are doing right now. We are attempting to find a way to bring these two apparently contradictory outcomes.
Right, but we agreed to have this debate.
Make something
most people don't want to have a debate
that can include or that can incorporate aspects of both or all relevant sides. These are not things that are inherently impossible to do. It just requires a little more time, a little more energy, a little more effort. But ultimately, you end up with a better situation for a lot more people if you take the time to do this. And your proposition seems to be that well, it's always going to devolve into conflict anyway, so let's just defend that and give individuals the private control over resources that affect many.
And what ways are you talking about effect? Because I noticed you earlier said something about pollution, but pollution, for example, would violate the especially air pollution does violate the libertarian version of the non-aggression principle, and would
but we're not talking about the non-aggression principle here. We're talking about whether or not resources should be held in common, and part of the act of holding is controlling. Part of the act of controlling is using. And if you use a resource in a way that creates negative externalities for other people, then the use of that resource affects them, not just the person in control of them. If you go dig up a bunch of coal and then burn it for heat, energy, whatever, all of the coal ash and coal dust and all the shit that gets created both as byproducts of the mining process and of the consumption process, this is just one example of many that I can think of, will affect the people around you in various ways, many of them negative. So why should you as an individual have the right to make choices about use of a resource that creates negative impacts for others instead of having their input in the usage of that resource in the first place?
Because they already own, because they initially own the resource. But I was also trying to say before you started speaking that yes, it violates the NAP, and therefore, if it negatively affects people, then they have the right to receive restitution from the person or group who
red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather.
Whatever they
fumbling over the words.
That's a band-aid. You could just include them in the decision-making process from the start and avoid having to do that restitution at all. It is a more rational way to distribute resources when you take the effects of that usage into account from the beginning and involve the people who may be affected by that from the beginning.
Is there a question within there? Because
no, I was just rebutting your point about making restitution. It is the less efficient way to go about resource allocation.
So actually, I want to return to one of my questions earlier, if we may.
Sure.
So you said you were willing to say, or that you want the means of production to be collectively owned, and I would assume this includes labor. Yes.
I mean, labor is how you transform resources into other things, but I don't know if labor itself would be considered a natural resource, especially if we're talking about by natural, are we including humans who are intrinsically part of nature, or are we excluding them due to their existence as, moral and physical actors? We need to clear that up. Are humans part of natural or not?
I would say that the labor is a result of human action and human action and what humans do every day when they work. They use capital goods or some such.
Okay, so what we're talking about here is we're talking about communal ownership of natural resources. Labor is an individual person's action on a natural resource to transform it in some way. Generally speaking, I think you're going for the Marxist communist route of labor should own the means of production, which means of production usually refers to both natural resources and things
own
that
the
have
core
been
of the earth that's
transformed
under
from
my
them, capital
property.
goods, as you said.
Come on,
So,
man.
the ownership of natural resources and the ownership of capital goods are a separate question, and therefore I don't think is relevant to this specific debate. Like, we can get into that wider debate if you want to, but I think that's going a little off track.
Because
Silence.
Okay.
Is there a delay, or
Then
does he just take that much time?
We're gonna go off that one. Then is a book. You say you wrote a book, right? Is that personal or private? Is that personal or private property, or communal property, whichever you want to say?
The book that I wrote, the ideas that I placed from my mind onto a more, the physical, a more physical medium, I would say that is personal property. Yeah, the ideas themselves are personal property.
The ideas and the paper it's on.
Because since I used the paper to write those ideas on, assuming I wrote them down, that would be personal property.
All right, then to me that presupposes
I gotta
that
pee
the
again.
laptop you wrote on, the paper is used and whatnot. The bookstore are all personal too, and that just to me says that communal property doesn't really have a distinction.
It came from a paper comes from trees. Trees tend to grow in forests, and we tend to cut down trees in forests to, among other things, make paper. So I'm talking about the trees themselves. What happens to the paper after the community has, what happens to the trees after the community decides that, yes, we should cut down some of these trees, convert that wood pulp into paper, and then make that paper available to community members or other nearby communities for the purposes of, for example, writing stories, is a different question. We're talking about the basic natural resources before human intervention gets involved.
The book.
See, every time. Like, is there a delay, or are we just that comfortable, just not saying anything? Because, like, at this point, you want to walk us through your thought process, because when you don't say anything, it seems like you're lost.
I know how tough this can be when you're in the spotlight and like something just boom, leaves your head when you're trying to get access to it. So take your time. Yeah. I will preemptively ask, just because we're almost at the end of the time, I will preemptively ask Horse for another 5 minutes just to let you kind of collect your thoughts and get out the points you're trying to make.
Nah, I don't know about that. Really? Another 5 minutes of this shit?
I don't.
What is another 5 minutes going to do?
I don't see I guess I just still don't see the difference between the two.
There you go.
Especially since if I'm going to switch tactics here, I guess you could say, because you are right now using.
I keep telling you guys, you think it's just talking.
Debate. You are using
it's
your body,
not just talking.
Your time, you are using your voice, which are all scarce resources that I imagine you would consider to be your own property, right?
Well, given they are in relation to my body and a core fundamental belief of any form of libertarian ideology, whether it be left or right, is self-ownership, is it not?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if it is my body, my voice is connected to my body, my time is just what I decide to do with my body within the time I'm given. All of this is personal property in that it relates to my body. So where are you going with this?
So last time I left right after my debate. I'm not going to do that. So we're going to see the other debates, and then they have a panel. I'll stick around for that a little while.
Presupposing the norm of self-ownership,
there should be a way for you guys to join if you want, but I'll stick around there for a little while.
Right, is inherently conflict-free.
True, fair. But
any normative position we're taking,
you guys know how we be.
Right now, an argumentation must be compatible with the norms already presupposed in the act of arguing. And any
It's
ethic that
at this
justifies
moment, I don't really
non-consensual,
know, but they're talking about natural natural
expropriation of
resources should be held in
legitimately
collective
acquired
ownership.
property would, if in practice, allow one person to physically silence or control another person, which would render
I definitely
the
have not
peaceful
been listening.
argumentation justification impossible.
Well,
Therefore,
hold on, because you put down a term
It
that I
didn't.
think is inserting an assumption. You
Welcome,
said
welcome. I am up
legitimately
next.
acquired
So we're on the
property.
first debate.
We
I
have
am
to
the second
define
debate.
what is considered a
Um,
legitimate means of acquisition, because under my framework, under communal property ownership, no individual, no subgroup
See if this-
would ever be able to legitimately acquire and own a resource that affects more than the group or individual
See if that link
that
works.
is now attained it. So we have to actually go back to the core.
I just did invite
question the core
to
principle of
the
what is
horseradish
legitimate ownership
patch.
in the first place.
Right now it's just the panelists, so I don't know exactly
Well,
how they're
it's-
doing that.
you-
But they do
'cause
like
we
the
already
debaters. I mean, but
agreed
they do
that
have
you
a
must
panel.
use a scarce resource
Shout
to
out to Lil
debate, right?
Neggy.
You have to
Welcome.
use your time, you have to use your voice,
I have
etc.
not. I will check
Yes,
out
but I
breakfast
covered
tacos.
that I
Right,
covered
right.
all of that under the fact of self-ownership. So I'm still like, what is legitimate acquisition?
I'm getting there, because argumentation requires exclusive control over these scarce means, and the exclusive control must be recognized as having arisen
Right? Like this should be either
legitimately.
fiery
He either under the
or just like
Lockean,
very straightforward.
Rothbardian
But it's
tradition,
somehow
he homesteaded them or he acquired them.
it's
through,
somehow heady, but also
a
boring.
voluntary
It's like I love it.
transfer.
Glad
And
you do.
the temporal distinction would be presupposed in such within argumentation.
Did that Discord link work?
Okay, so can
Like, were
you
you able
define
to join?
homesteading for me?
When you the Lockean Rothbardian tradition of homesteading is you transforming the land. It's basically mixing your labor
Interesting.
with the land. So if you went out into the woods, chopped down a tree, that tree is yours.
Both?
The wood that in the tree is yours, but the stump still isn't, because you haven't performed action onto that land. And if you build a home where that tree once stood, that using that wood, that is your land.
Okay, so then the question of, if you go and say you chop down half of a forest, or you and a few other people go down and chop down half of a forest.
Guys,
and
there's
now
3 people
you
on the
are
Vert
said
stream,
to have
and there's more
homesteaded
likes
that
on the
half
Vert
of the
stream
forest, but
than there is
a
landscapers.
settlement
Come
of
on,
people
make sure you hit that like
nearby
button.
who also use
Don't let the Verties, the TikTok
resources of the
people,
forest, not just
bait
so
ya.
good, but like they use it for hunting, they use it for foraging, they use it for all of these things. How have you not just impinged upon their homesteading of the forest in general? Because they didn't chop down any of the trees.
I was using
Gonna
trees
go ahead
as
and
an
put
example.
Gonna go ahead and put a jump in there. Time is up. So I'm gonna go ahead and we've got 2 questions from judges.
Yep.
One for each of the debaters, actually. And I'm gonna give this to you before your closings this time, just because I've already got them, and we may as well, and you might be able to use it. So we're gonna go to Ancom first, and I'm just gonna put 1 minute on the clock for each of you guys for this one. Okay.
Sure.
So Ancom first. The question is, could the outcome desired through the means of collective ownership be achieved through regulation within our current system? I'll ask that again.
Possibly
the outcome
possibly,
desired through the means. Oh, go ahead.
Info cooked.
Yeah, I was just going to say some amounts of it possibly, but I think the amount of regulation that you would need to implement within our current system would be so cumbersome and so unlikely to actually occur within the semi-democratic capitalist market-based system that we currently have, that it would effectively end up null and void very quickly due to such phenomena as regulatory capture. So I think you have to establish the communal ownership at a much more basic, fundamental level than anything that you can really do with regulations in a modern system.
Right. Cheers. Good stuff. Good stuff.
I could do that. I could
hang
do
on, I'm
that.
Getting messages from judges. Actually, okay. Same question to you, Grufus. Same time on the clock. I'll read it out loud again for you. Do you believe that the outcome desired through the means of collective ownership would be also achieved or would be achieved through regulation within our current system?
I don't know why I asked that question, given I'm against collective ownership, unless I'm misunderstanding the question in some way.
Do you believe that it's no? I believe that the reason that they're asking you, I'm going to pause the time. The reason that they're asking you the same question is if they are synonymous, then why is one worse than the other? Sorry. So if the same outcome is achievable through regulation, why is one better or worse?
Welcome, Olivia. So the concept of
it would
owning
be
a tree
because
or a
it
lake
doesn't require
is
force to
evil.
implement, and it's done
I tend to agree, and so do you guys.
Such an income society.
77% disagree that it should
Okay.
be communally.
Right,
that
good
should
stuff.
be.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock for you and Com first. This is going to be your 3-minute closing, uninterrupted. Put a cherry on it for us. Are you ready?
All right.
Oh, wait. Wait a minute. I actually still had another question for
for Grufus. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, for Grufus. I'm sorry, I forgot about that. Right. So I'm putting that 1 minute back on.
Come on, bro.
And you know what? I didn't even read the question yet, so I might ask the same question of you. What would be wrong with using eminent domain?
I am not a communist.
To seize private property?
There we go. Not a communist. Capitalism for the win.
It's essentially theft. You're taking someone's property at the threat, using the threat of force or actual force.
Yeah, Adam, for real. Come on, like that's not. We can't be doing that. We can't be doing that.
From a person to a group, usually with eminent domain being the state.
Okay, there you go. All right, so back to it. 3 minutes is on the clock for you there, Ancom. Ready to close, sir?
All right.
I will take
so
yes.
Sorry, I did say yes. Anyways, so I think my goal and argumentation here today was to show that the concept of private property is a poor solution to a problem which Grufus has pointed out, which is the allocation of scarce resources. The problem with private ownership is that you give the decision-making apparatus to a single person.
Do you think being openly sexual to a new person because they're a female is representative of what this chat is?
Whom that resource or its usage,
just like let people ease people in, ease people in.
We have
a rapport with them, and then you can make those kind of jokes. You don't know this person.
We have various,
and it reflects on me
all over the place that the concept of private ownership allows. Even the regulations that one of the judges suggested doesn't get us to the actual what I believe is the solution for this, which is communal decision making, taking the people who are collectively impacted by the usage of that resource, especially if it is destructive, like in Grufus's homesteading example with the forest, where it is negatively impacting multiple people because someone decided to prioritize themselves over the entire community.
As most people would, which is my point.
We need to have that collective decision.
You knew what you're doing
with the usage of all the natural resources that we take advantage of, because otherwise you end up with the systems that we have today where people just throw shit away, it turns disposable, you have tons of waste everywhere. None of this was planned in any way, none of this was decided upon. It just kind of happened, and it was an incredibly short-sighted and irrational way to handle the scarce resources that we do have. Those resources also including the ability of the
I think owning property is not inherently bad.
Our own
I think
ability to
trying
live.
to own property to
The
destroy
point
it is a
we
different
need
thing.
to have
But
more
property ownership,
discussion,
I think,
more decision making on a
you know,
wider
is
scale,
necessary.
rather than leaving these decisions to small groups of individuals who have, through various means, acquired large amounts of resources to the exclusion of everyone else.
Good stuff. And I've got 3 minutes on the clock for you now, Groofus. You ready to go ahead and close?
Yeah.
Give it started.
I wish that
Every
were true,
time
Death
my
Poet, but
opponent
that's not
opened
how it
his mouth
works.
tonight to defend collective ownership,
They see
he
that and
performed
are like,
3
oh, this is what your
inescapable
chat
acts.
is like? And then they
He
never
ex-
come back.
He exerted exclusive control over his own body, the scarce resources he uses to speak. He asserted exclusive control over the air, the microphone, the floor, scarce external means he uses to argue. And he demanded that we recognize his right to argue without being physically silenced, something I obviously agree with. A normative claim that his body and means may
2.5
not be
minutes.
invaded.
All right.
In short, he privately appropriated scarce resources in order to argue that scarce resources must never be privately appropriated. This is a performative contradiction. He cannot utter a single sentence defending collective ownership without privately owning the very means of argumentation. The moment he concedes that the collective may physically stop a dissenter, he concedes that the collective may physically invade the dissenter's body and scarce resources that the body is using, exactly the private property norm he came here to deny. Argumentation ethics proves that the private appropriation of scarce resources is the universal precondition of any argument, including the argument that private appropriation must be abolished. Collective ownership is therefore not merely just impractical, it is logically impossible to defend without performing the opposite of what is being defended. My opponent spent the debate privately appropriating his body and
I think we
scarce
mean
means of
live
speech while demanding that
persons.
no one else may do so with land, water, or a stick. He has refuted himself with every word he spoke. The resolution is false. Resolution is false, not by my assertion, by the inescapable logic of argumentation itself. And I yield the rest of my time.
Good stuff. Great job, gentlemen. That was a blast. I enjoyed the hell out of that. So we are going to go ahead and drop into the chat the voting for anybody and everybody to go ahead and do that.
All
for
right.
us.
So you
I'm
guys
gonna go ahead
want
and
to
also put it into Indian Jesus. I've got the straw poll link in the group chat here for the Discord channel, so you can put it into your chat as well. And we're going to give people a couple of minutes for that.
So that
we're also
is
going to
the
appreciate
poll,
follow there.
right?
We're also going to
there.
we're also going to go ahead and go to the judges. I'm going to assume that the judges are ready. Although I'm going to be honest, I'm glad I'm not a judge here because that was actually really, really tough. So let's see. We're going to go with Doomer first. Doomer, are you ready?
What do you guys say?
Not it. Okay, Chief. That means
Whoa!
it's on you, buddy. He dumped it in your lap. You ready to go?
Yeah, I'm definitely not going to stall for just a couple seconds, but
oh no, that's fine. If you
it
need to
seemed
stall
like
for
in
a
the
couple
no, you're good.
seconds. All right.
It seems like in the beginning, of
8 votes,
the debate,
62%
a lot of time
on
was
no.
spent hung up on how to resolve collective ownership and what that is, rather than proving or disproving the premise. But
I mean,
I'm
I don't see a
glad that you
problem
guys
using
kinda
it
took some
to
time to
aid
kinda,
like your
circle back
research. Like
and go
I've,
into your points, and your
I used it
closes were
to,
actually, really good.
get different
Ancon
definitions
had some
of
great points,
society because I
being,
wanted to apply that. But like just having it write your thing is a very different thing.
Private property being a poor solution for allocating scarce resources, communal decision making to the results of or for what those scarce resources should be used for by the people impacted by them, and negative impact.
Oh,
there's negative
back to
impacts
54%.
when people prioritize themselves over the community.
No is
Those are
winning
all
by
really
one
great
vote.
arguments. Groove has tried to get a little creative in his close. I feel like
Hey, shout out to the
felt like a stretch
man.
to
Welcome
say
to
that,
the party.
just by like speaking and thinking and breathing or whatever, that he was, essentially doing a logical contradiction to his own argument. I enjoy what you did there, but for me, it just doesn't quite cut it. But as far as the overall scoring, I'm going to give a 8-2 in favor of Ancom.
It's for this guy.
8-2 to Ancom from Let's Chief. And Doomer, are you ready now, sir?
Yeah.
All right,
I will say during that time, I had a bit of a Alonzo Grufus moment myself, reviewing my notes on how to put this. I will get the score out of the way first. I gave it a 7-3, same way, and I think I agree most of what Let's Chief said at the beginning, how the prompt kind of got muddied a little bit.
Why does everyone talk so slow?
Into something
like,
else,
no shade.
which I thought was interesting. But I think overall, prompt-wise, I feel Ancom kind of made the more argument toward it stronger. I did like the fact Grufus touching on like the logical arguments behind like what it actually means, and you know that was strong behind that. I thought that was pretty persuasive, actually. But I also felt like natural resources, like that wasn't very clearly defined, unless I was distracted for a slight part of that, but I don't think it was covered in that unless I missed it. But yeah, 7-3 Ancom.
All right. Well, that means the judges are in agreement. So the win does go to Ancom. We're going to give it a second just to let everybody get the last vote in. Go ahead, click it. Like I said, it costs you absolutely nothing. Jesus,
50,
I assume
50.
you did put it in your chat, correct? Yes.
Yep.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to give everybody a couple minutes to get those last, and I'm just going to go ahead and weigh in here myself just a little bit and just agree with some of the things they said. So first of all, Ancom, yeah, I mean, again, you did what Ancom does. It was great.
Right.
You articulated, you explained, you put it into framing that everybody could follow. And yeah, you communicated. That said, you did still seem to be focusing on environmental impact, which I understand why you did it. I'm not necessarily disagreeing.
Funnily enough,
I just thought that it was interesting that you
I had
chose to
like I
talk
wrote
about
something,
the impact
and it
of the
was
resource acquisition.
it was like I couldn't finish it in time, so I had to cut out a bunch.
And I guess you tied that
now
into
I'm like
to the
in a
responsibility
good spot.
that is attached
When I
with
did it
that
before, I
acquisition.
had a few seconds left. So I'll probably have about 30
Grufus,
seconds
the way
short.
that you manipulated the prompt and the framing, I thought was honestly really, really clever. And like Chief said, like I gave you props for what you did. I don't know that it was enough to win you the debate, but I did actually have a hunch when you first started using the collective or the means of production and using communist terminologies. I had a hunch where you were going with it, and then you actually did lay the couple of traps during open talk where you were trying to get it. But the thing is, he didn't actually fall for the traps. I think Ancom sort of saw where you're going. And so then you were in a position where your closing was framed or was prepared around him falling into the trap. You were committed. So again, it was still really well done, and I enjoyed the hell out of it. But
I'm
trying to get to it. Let's fucking go.
I think you made a mistake that a lot of people make when talking to me, which is assuming like Marxist style talking points when I am an anarchist and come at this from a very different lens. And so it was still a really interesting argumentation tactic, but
I guess we're gonna
unfortunately that
find
one
out.
often fails on me just because I do come at it from a different perspective.
All right, everybody. So
I couldn't tell.
real quick
I could not
before
pay
you do-
attention to this. I
no,
apologize.
go ahead, Grufus. Go ahead, Grufus. Respond.
No, it's just I kind of, as I kind of said during the debate, I kind of switched tactics mid debate, which is where the logic, or not the logic, but I mean, I guess they named it argumentation ethics came in. I was trying to, and if I had used that from the start, I probably would have been able to do better. But
fair enough.
Yep.
It is what it is.
Yeah, that's
sorry.
That's why I'm probably not going to do
So
much
anyways,
more like this and grid
so
and all
as
that
it
stuff.
happens, exactly like I said, fucking 50-50 split on the audience. So
I'm more
the audience
interested
waffled,
in like a
and,
discussion
you got both
about
the judges,
that,
but
so that we
the
could find
audience
common
didn't know
ground.
where they landed. So
In a
at
debate, you
least
can't
you
do
can
that.
share the win for that one. So great job, gentlemen. I enjoyed the hell out of that. Thank you again. We're going to go ahead and without too much waiting or talking, we're going to move on to our second prompt. I just need to do a couple of things real quick.
That's me. I think that's me, right?
Well, actually, what I was going to say, if any of the other debaters involved want to make some comments about their opinion of that debate, feel free to weigh in while I'm doing this.
I would have.
Oh, I have a question.
Quick. I just was going to say, I would have. When Ancom's saying, "Oh, you're assuming that I'm coming at it from this paradigm," you could have approached it from maybe holding him to working within the current paradigm and like really stick to like the private property arguments that you kind of dabbled in a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway,
my thing has been. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. He was just saying.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I mean, I've always been better at or at least I think I've always been better at the ethics and the ethics and the rather than the actual pragmatic questions of how. I think
if you know, you know. Shout out to the lore.
Why or why not, rather than the how, I guess you could say.
If we have time, I have a question for each of the debaters.
Yeah, lay it on.
Oh my god.
Okay, so for Grufus, I might have misunderstood. You said at some point that the
this is my debate
of
opponent.
Pollution could be considered a violation of the NAP. Is that something you legitimately think, or is that something you were like using as an
legitimately?
Okay,
legitimately.
You legitimately think that? Okay, I'm not going to comment on that because I have a question for Ancom. So Ancom. The question was raised, like if you say made a book, whatever, you start producing it, would that be like the same thing as natural resources? So I'm guessing if something was created from a natural resource, say like you took the natural resources of fruit farming, whatever, food, and then you were to start selling
this is
food
how
in, like,
normal
a
people
storefront,
should talk.
right? Would you consider
this
that
is how
privately
normal
owned
people
property,
speed.
or is that still considered publicly
I can
owned
do
to an
that.
extent?
Well, no. The other way around. Be nice, not fair.
If the decision for what to do with the natural resource was to, farm it and then provide
I wouldn't even know what I'm
to the
disagreeing with,
community
to be
for
honest.
whatever purpose, whether that be, going to a bakery so that they can make pies and sell them. I would consider that to be private property, I guess, but like, again, I was trying to keep the distinction between natural resources and the things that can be made out of them. So that's kind of where I was trying to stay with that debate. If we're going to my personal ideology, it gets a little bit more involved.
Yeah,
no, just so you know, Hammer, one of the other facts about this is, or about the way that I do things, is after the debates are done, we're going to have a 2 hours of open panel where all of us and anybody else who's either vouched or vetted can jump in here and kind of say the things that they feel like didn't get said. Because one of the dangers of debate is sometimes a bad prompt will fall into the wrong hands, and a person can successfully debate a position that shouldn't be allowed, right? So again, and just because of the fact that the person who was debating against that prompt wasn't necessarily prepared to debate against it. So again, so as to make sure that we get to the bottom of the actual positions, we do have plenty of time to like pick at that. So like the question you had for Grufus about NAP, I actually in my notes, I don't know what the fuck NAP is. So I'm curious.
Non-aggression principle.
The non-aggression principle. Okay, I know what that is.
Yeah.
I've just never heard it called
Shout out to Marilyn. Welcome
again,
welcome
like I said,
to
we'll definitely get into
the party.
Whenever
Dog show. Hey,
whenever
I'd be
we
down to host that if you guys can
Now that
come
we've got
up.
everything set up.
You guys never come up when I drop the
like
link.
the thing
So
no, shoot. Let us hear it.
yeah, there you go.
I want to be sure if like we all understand that there is a difference between personal property and private property, because I feel like some things were getting conflated when I was hearing Grufus say things about like Ancom privately owning certain things that he's using to do with this debate versus being it personal property.
Just so you know, real quick, before either one of them answers that, I want to let you know that the reason that I put the two of them together or against each
That's
other
exactly what we were saying yesterday. We covered the Dave Smith debate.
So
with,
they both know
Liquid
the
Zulu.
difference between private
It's
versus
an ideal.
personal versus
Can't
and
never happen. That
That
doesn't
was
mean we should
part
work
of
towards
why
it.
I had the two of them go at it. But feel free, gentlemen, to explain your positioning on that.
I mean,
or don't. That's fine too.
Like the difference between public property, personal property, and private property is to do with both who controls it and who is gaining benefit from it relative to whether or not other people are using it. So in an oversimplified way, private property is that which is owned by one but is used by others to create some sort of benefit for the owner, whereas personal property is just something that is owned by one and used by one, whether that is to create a benefit or simple utility for everyday stuff, whatever.
Don't worry, I'll bring the fire, baby. I will bring the
property
fire.
would be anything which is commonly held and decided upon, where usage is decided upon by the that community.
Okay. Griffiths.
All right, Griffiths. Yeah, throw in your 2 cents.
Why don't you jump in and say these things?
I reject the personal private or the difference between personal property and communal property. I only believe in private property, given that I'm an ANCAP. So I see private property as
you see it as
either land. Well, no, I see it as something you either bought via voluntary transfer of some sort of wealth, whether that be currency or just trade and barter, or I see it as something, or I see it as land or some good or service that you homesteaded.
I've been waiting, girl. I've been waiting.
Example from earlier: if you chop down a tree and make a house, that land on which the house sits is your land, and the house.
Quick clarifying question:
you don't see a distinction between private property and personal property.
Correct.
Go ahead.
Just a quick clarifying question here: before something is homesteaded, how would that be classified?
Unowned.
Okay.
There you go. All right, so we're going to go ahead and roll straight on into the next one. And by straight on, I mean in a very circuitous and curly Q way. We are now going to go to science is more important than religion and tradition.
Here we go. This is
now,
me,
This is going to be a debate between above me, Mr. Hammer, or no, I guess over there. He's not over here. Whatever. Mr. Hammer in the top left corner and Mr. Indian Jesus in the bottom left corner. I'm betting you can tell which position Indian Jesus is going to be holding here. So our affirmative is going to be Mr. Hammer, and the negative is going to be Indian Jesus. We have 3 minutes on the clock, and are you gentlemen ready to get started? Hammer? Jesus?
I'm ready.
Yeah. Cool. Well, it's going to be your 3 minutes first, Hammer. 3 minutes is on the clock. I'll start it when you start talking.
Okay, so generally, the way that these debates go, we can talk about two different things, or probably most likely a mix of both, which I'm both prepared to talk about. The first is whether or not religion is, or belief in God is, a rational position, and the second one is whether or not it's better to believe in a God and a religion, or a more rational position. Speaking on the first one, I believe that no, it is not rational. I don't think that there is any basis or any evidence has been given that would cause the belief in God to be irrational. And so I think, and the problem with believing in God, and the reason I would advocate for, not only I personally don't believe in God, the reason I would advocate against anyone believing in God is because of an opportunity cost. If you believe in God and you make decisions based on the existence of a God, you are doing that instead of making more rational decisions based on evidence. If, for example, like medicine is based off of rational science. If we do, say, chemotherapy, we've done these studies. We know exactly what the results are going to be if you do a certain amount of chemo, a certain level of cancer, what your survival rate is going to be, and what are going to be the negative consequences. And you can make an informed decision, and that's very important. If you're to say instead, pray to God that maybe he helps you instead, any theist who says that he can consistently give you an answer for how helpful that's going to be is a liar. Even within their own canon, they will say that, well, God works in mysterious ways. It is his decision. We can't verify, and even if we did, it wouldn't work out very well, the evidence of how often prayer increases the likelihood of a positive result. If you pray to God and you say, please save me from the negative results of this cancer, then and then it doesn't happen and you die anyways, well, what is the answer? God works in mysterious ways. God has its own plan. If instead you use the scientific method and you say, well, I'm going to do what the doctor recommends, I'm going to go with medicine, and you die anyways, yes, that is tragic, and yes, that can happen. However, that is accounted for within the probability that we've verified for these things. One of the major counter arguments, this might also be something we get into, is well, people who live in religious households, religious lives, they do have some benefits, right? So the hospital does charity work. There's also community benefits. And I see that my time is almost over. So I'm just going to conclude by saying none of these things are necessary through religion. These can all be achieved through secular means. And I would argue that it is better to look for evidence-based secular means to solve these issues like loneliness and poverty versus religion. And we can come up with examples of that. And I cede my time. 1 second.
All right. Cheers.
Nice.
With 1 second on the clock, landed it right there. All right, perfect. 2 minutes is on the clock for you, Jesus. Go ahead and hit him with any questions you got.
Yeah, so I mean the biggest thing that seems like I don't even know if it would be a contradiction, but just maybe not a strong point when you brought up about using chemo versus praying, and you excused the person dying from chemo because it's within the stats. So what is the difference in value of someone's life that is accounted for in the stats versus not accounted for in the stats?
Well, the difference is probability. If someone dies of chemotherapy while using chemotherapy, that is accounted for in the stats. But even regarding the fact that they died, we know that their chances of survival were higher. Where we can't verify that with prayer.
Sure. I mean, I think that is a little bit, and I'll get more into this in my opening. But prayer definitely isn't the end all be all that a lot of people make it seem to be. But especially before we had a lot of this modern medicine, don't you think that when the person was going to die anyway, because we didn't have chemotherapy, that something like prayer or some other type of ritual would be beneficial to that person?
I guess maybe in the prehistoric world where we have no solutions, we have no decisions to make. But like historic world, like the pre-modern,
maybe pre-scientific,
modern science.
Yeah, but that's still pretty. That's still pretty recent in terms of human history.
Sure, but the prompt is about science, and this is the pre-scientific era.
Right? Why does that matter?
Now that we have science, we have important decisions to make based on whether or not we put our stock in science or religion, and putting science above or religion above science can lead you to make negative decisions.
Again, I don't think.
Well, hold on. No, it's all right, Lutch. It is your 3 minutes, sir. So go ahead and open it up.
All right. I will be refuting the claim that science is more important than religion and traditions. Ironically enough, I am an atheist as well, and I have plenty of issues with religion, but this is not about my personal beliefs or preferences. Science has my absolute respect. We don't have a better method to understanding our reality than the scientific method. But that's what science is, a method, a process. It can show us what will cure diseases and enable technology, and is unquestionably the best way to improve our lives. But it suffers from the is-ought problem. It doesn't contain a single aspect that tells us why we should do moral good, which is why secular humanism failed to catch on. I'm going to be relating to this in terms of society in general, just defining a society as a people group living together under shared rules, resources, and behavioral norms that sustain a collective identity. And societies have existed for thousands of years before the scientific process. Now, this doesn't mean that people weren't engaging in observation and learning, but science, again, is that specific process that we all learned in 3rd grade: observation, question, hypothesis, experiment, conclusion, result. Not all of these societies had science, but they all had traditions. And whether they be rituals, shared narratives, or a culture of moral expectations, these all bound together the people of that society, and in many cases defined who they were. Even now, the most secular nations still have traditions. I personally can't wait for Christmas with my family because I don't think it has anything to do with the guy coming back to life, but because it's an American tradition that gives us all a reason to celebrate our community. This isn't science. These are passed down traditions. I'm assuming my opponent will argue that science is responsible for things like medical advancements and technology, which is true. But even as fundamental as those things are to our way of life, they are still material goods. The question is not which is better at making us comfortable. It is which is more important. Traditions definitely can be misused, but they are in fact necessary. You may go into all the negatives of religion, like the violence it has caused, wars, oppression, etc., and I would agree with all of that is bad, but it very clearly held together those societies. People don't organize based on data. We organize based on stories. I would never say that science is unimportant. I feel very strongly to the contrary. I'm simply arguing that it is insufficient to sustain a society, which is not the case with tradition. You can remove science and life will become much more uncomfortable and difficult. But if you take away tradition, life becomes meaningless. Science is more important to the advancement of a society, but traditions such as religion are fundamentally necessary for their existence in the first place. And I'll concede my time.
All right. 2 minutes is going on the clock for you, Hammer. Go ahead and cross-examine as you see fit. Go ahead. I'll start the clock when you start.
The main question that I have is, you said that secular humanism failed to catch on. Do you not see movements as like political movements like feminism, like liberalism, like progressivism as secular humanism?
No, I see those as feminism, liberalism, and whatever they call them. Secular humanism.
They are secular, though.
Sure. Okay. But they're not secular
And
humanism.
they are
Not everything that
humanists.
is secular humanism is or not everything that is secular humanism, right? Secular humanism is a specific ideology that talks about, the difference between human suffering and human flourishing and all that, and why we want to move towards human flourishing. But again, it doesn't have that incentive structure that religion has. And so even as a non-believer, like my whole platform is trying to build that secular moral structure that can replace Christianity, because I agree that there's a lot of bad stuff to it. But as of right now, I'm coming up on 5K subs. Definitely go subscribe. And, I've got a lot of work ahead of me before that can be done. And so unless we have a perfect scientific theory of morality that does have that incentive structure, then I would say the tradition of religion is necessary.
Okay. I don't have any more questions. Most of the things that I have to say left are debate topics, so
no worries. Then we're just going to go ahead and put the 10 minutes on the clock. You guys go ahead and get after it.
Okay, so my first point, my first response to you is, you say that science doesn't provide an ethical framework. It doesn't tell us how, it's the question of science, and how science doesn't teach us how to live our lives. Mm-hmm. I would say that is a strength of science, because science is simply a way of giving us information. And I think that a weakness of religion is that it always tries to answer every question. It answers the questions of why do we exist? Why is the universe created? And it also answers the questions of what should we do with our lives? What is the moral foundation of our lives?
You're saying science does it? What scientific study tells us what we should do with our lives?
It doesn't. But that's the strength. I think that. Like I'm saying, the weakness of religion is that it does that. Because having a religion answers all these questions for us. It actually it's an opportunity cost. It hampers our ability to come up with those answers on our own. The question is, why do I do what I do, and why is this moral? Oh, well, God said so. Well, now we're not even thinking more about it. We talk about the bad things about religion, but I mean, I honestly expected you to be religious, but I'm not sure how effective this is going to be. But if you were to talk to a religious person and say, and talk about like, hey, here's something that the church did that is horrible, evil, right? They like the church is driving people out, and that's leading to negative causes. And you're to say that's evil, that's immoral. How are you to convince that person? Well, God says that's
well,
okay.
convincing people of
my religion,
convincing
okay.
people of something and it being relevant to how people interact are two different things. I completely agree with you, again, as an atheist, that these ideas do not necessarily align with reality. But if we don't have that connective tissue, then it doesn't matter if we have all of the right answers, because we don't have a reason to engage in those right behaviors. And so society will fall. And if we don't, like, do you think people behave morally because of data, or because of like social things, like the stories we're told, the behavioral norms?
I would say neither of those. I would say that there is a sense of secular humanism. I mean, like this is what we were talking about. You said that there's no
can you explain
humanism.
that? How do you mean?
Yeah, because people who aren't religious, people who are secular, still have the drive to be like moral to others, to seek out the good of others, right?
But some don't.
Say that. Yeah,
whereas
some do, some don't. And some religious people do, and some religious people don't.
Right,
as well.
but there's a mechanism. There's always going to be. You're never going to have 100% of people being completely moral. But the religion, before I can build this new secular structure, the religion is all that has that driver. And again, going back to my question, it doesn't even have to just be religion. The traditions is a huge part of it. And so people behave how they behave based on what other people are going to say, how other people are going to react, how it makes them feel, all of these things. And so
those are all secular things. That's social pressure, which is a secular thing.
Okay, fine. Traditions don't have to be religion. It's religion and tradition. So yeah, we could throw religion out completely. I'm surprised you took the prompt with traditions in there, because I think you have a much easier argument. I could still beat you with just religion, but yeah, I'm not even, again, I'm not a Christian, so yeah, we could throw religion out of this topic, and I still think that having traditions, having a thing that we do, who we are, that is not data, that is culture, and culture comes from these traditions. Like, can you build a society around just data?
Just data? I would say not necessarily.
Okay, so then we need.
I would also say that I would also say things like social pressure is not necessarily tradition. Like if I say like, oh, hit my wife, and yeah, if I say I hit my wife, and someone's reaction is that's horrible, how could you do that? It's not really a tradition. I don't think that is
absolutely a tradition. It is a tradition that when you hear that a man beats his wife, that you're like, hey, yo, why did you do that? That is absolutely a traditional response to that. Did you not have that response to that?
I think that we're conflating different meanings of tradition. Like, yeah, traditional means regular, but also tradition means like things that we've done in the past, so therefore we're doing again. I don't react that way because, and historically that's been a bad thing. I do that because I have an internal moral compass that is secular.
Okay, I
enforce my ethical.
So let me ask you this then:
Based on that, not on like whatever we've done in the past.
Okay, so would you say that something like a political movement would have traditions? It would be defined based on its traditions.
Yeah, I would say a lot of times yes.
Right. So again, bringing it outside of religion, then there's someone before was talking about AA, and even the tiny subcultures, the connective tissue of we are all here to do this. We say that you're an alcoholic, you stand up, you say hi, whatever. All of these things are traditions that create that society. So I don't see how you can have a society or anything. I don't see how you can have anything with just science and no tradition. Again, I love science, but I don't know how you can have anything with just science and no traditions. But it's very clear that we can have things with just tradition without science.
We can potentially, if we're talking about things more structurized, such as like political parties, political movements, and like a AA organization, I think those can be largely structured through data. What is the best chances for helping a person who is an alcoholic? We actually do have a lot of data on that, and I think that should be implemented. I know that there's a lot of traditions around AA, like it being very religious, this like, hello, my name is, and that's fine, but if that's the most important thing and you ignore all the data, I think that you're hampering yourself in your ability to help people.
I agree.
Same thing with
I agree. That's why I keep
organizations.
saying that I'm not saying that it's unimportant, that science is unimportant. It's just we're creating a dichotomy. And if you have to pick one, you cannot have a society, you cannot have a world, you cannot have a community with only facts. And so I'm right there with you. I think that we absolutely need to be using science in every single aspect of life, and we need to be backing away from dogma. 1000%, whether it's religious dogma or the dogma of your political party or whatever it is. I completely agree with you. But we need those ideas, those connective ideas, or the facts don't matter. You can have all of the right facts, but if nobody cares, then you're just walking around being right by yourself.
I feel like I feel like you're a little bit generalizing the topic so far that like it kind of has to incorporate it to where you're saying, well, tradition, like my position, incorporates everything, including all culture and all. Well, I mean,
it said religion. It's religion and tradition. Religion and tradition. That's what we're talking
generally
about.
Means things like. Tradition generally means things like rituals, like holidays, stuff like that. Like these,
which I used in my opening statement. So
things.
I'm not understanding what your problem is.
Sure.
It sounds like you're agreeing with me, but you don't want to concede because it's a debate. Like, I feel like if we were having this conversation outside of a debate, you'd be like, yeah, I guess you're right.
No. My disagreement is how you're like, again, general, like, it feels like a Mott and Bailey. That's, I think, my issue is that like you're generalizing the religion and tradition so far that like it literally incorporates everything, including any culture, any society, and like by factually, I guess a society is going to have those standards.
Fair enough. So then give me an example.
No, but I disagree with that. I disagree.
Okay, so give me an example that breaks that, because I do think that tradition is that broad. So if you're saying that that's not the case, then you must present something that said no. The way that you're using tradition is incorrect. I'm using tradition in the traditional sense of the word, especially when it's connected to religion. It's not necessarily about doing the same things, even though that's included. It has to do with culture. So if you can tell me what you mean by tradition that's not the way that I'm using it, go for it.
Yeah, I guess if you want an example, it would be the example that I gave, which is like if you hear someone does like a horrible thing, like, hey, I did some terrible thing to my wife, and you were to say, well, traditionally, it's our culture to say that's wrong. I guess in a way, but like the line between
so you do agree.
Internal moral. You could say that for a lot of people, yeah. Although,
okay,
like,
so glad we agree.
Myself and like for a lot of people, it is no. I wouldn't.
You said in a way, you said, again, you claimed, you repeated what I said, and you said in a way, yes. And then I asked you if you agree with me, and you said
in a way
yes.
That's true for most people. In a true
Agreed.
Way, that's true for most people.
Agreed.
Although for
society,
myself,
it would be better off with only traditions versus only science. Says the atheist who thinks that science should be applied to every aspect of life. And no, I'm saying I'm the atheist.
All I've said is that realistically, a society is going to be like, yes, of course, they're going to have a culture, and that's going to drive what their motivations are. Although I do think that like a logical framework for a moral like system, and also like a system of deciding things is also possible without those traditions. I do it myself.
I never said it was impossible. But I think it's much easier if you have to only have one. It's much easier to have the traditions because people are aligned. Even if they don't have to be correct, they don't even have to be nice. But it's about the connective tissue of building a society that then we can apply science to that society and improve that society and move further into civilization. But we cannot get there if we don't have a society to begin with, and that society cannot exist without the traditions. Like religion, like the ways that you behave, like the social norms, like the cultural norms, whatever else. And so again, if you're saying that's too broad, okay, fine. I'm willing to accept that you're saying the way that I'm using tradition is too broad. So what is the more specific way I should be using it?
It would be more like holidays, stuff like that, like things like beliefs that are like I guess the things that are tacked on to culture, right? So culture, like we might have morals against harming people or things like that. Like say we have in our society, we say that like hurting minorities is bad. Like that's part of our kind of, you could say, culture, right? But again, that's not necessarily just tradition. We find that through education. We find that through our history. We've come to that conclusion through like, I mean, a lot of times it has come through debates and through discussion and also war, but those, but preceding those wars were discussions based on logic, based on what our moral system should be, right? And yeah, I don't think that
again,
saying,
not
oh,
saying
well,
that we should
if
get
you
rid of
just
science. I'm saying if we must pick one, I am not saying anything negative about science. Science is the most amazing thing that we have, but unfortunately, the traditions that are somehow not sometimes not scientifically accurate, or maybe not even morally correct, are inherent to the society in which we would apply those scientific ideas or those logical ideas.
Okay, so it seems like you're both saying that
both,
like it's like the realistically this is how people react, and also if we were to create a theoretical world where we completely do away with tradition or science, then if we do away with tradition, we would be worse off. Are you saying that that's the case?
Can you say that one more time, please?
Yeah. So I guess what I'm trying to say is you're also trying to say not only that it's realistically going to be more likely, but that if we do away with tradition and only make our decision, if we were to come up with a theoretical world where we could convince everyone to do away with tradition and only come to like decisions about our moral and our practical decisions through scientific and secular means, that world would be worse than us.
No, I'm saying that's not a realistic thing. So that's just a utopian idea. Yeah, if everybody could be perfect, then we should do where everybody should be perfect. Like, yeah, obviously. But we're talking about the real world, and that's not the real world.
But again,
do you think it's reasonable to think that we could ever get 100% agreement on morality just based on science?
No, but I think that
okay, there we go then. So then even if we aren't the most scientifically advanced culture, then we have a culture, we have a society. And then once we have those traditions, that culture, that society, then we can use the science that we absolutely need to make that society better. But again, we come back to the first step must be some type of connective tissue. And I think that is an appropriate way to describe what's not realistic.
No, so you're only making that argument because that's what's going to happen. That's realistically what's going to happen. But I don't think that you've justified why like that needs to be the case. You say that without our traditions, we would be lost. We need that, right? But if we didn't have that, then we would, by your admission, have our utopian world, right?
No,
where that's the.
I'm saying I'm giving a situation that if there was a utopia, that yes, morality would not be an issue that we need to tie to traditions. But even in that utopia, we would still have traditions. I'm just saying that you can't.
Okay. I'm not saying utopia. I'm saying not.
You are saying utopia. You can change it if you like, but you have been saying utopia.
I'm pretty sure you're the first one to say it. I'm not saying.
And you've been repeating it.
Okay, but I'm saying you can call it dystopian or whatever, but if we did have a world in which people were to do away with tradition overall, forget everything in the past, and start fresh with a analytical analysis for how we should run our society, do you think that would be a worse world than the one we have now?
I don't know.
Go ahead and let you answer that, and then we're going to call the time. So go ahead.
I'll say it's a good question. I don't know.
All right, good.
Okay, that's part of your argument. I'll just say.
We'll go ahead and put 1 minute on the clock because we do have a question for each of y'all. I'm going to go ahead and give it to Hammer first. Hammer, is there a way that we would be able to scientifically measure the benefits of tradition?
I mean, like it's an unsatisfying answer you can say, but it'd be dependent on each different traditional, different traditional ritual. We can analyze the benefits of holiday.
I'm going to go back up through the chat
We can analyze
after the debate.
The benefits of like the idea of chastity, if you want to call that a tradition. We can analyze them individually and pick and choose them.
But you would be able to apply scientific principles to the measurement of the benefits of those traditions.
Theoretically.
Okay. All right. And then to you, Indian Jesus, is there a reason that science or why can't science become that connective tradition that you said we need in a society?
Because it doesn't work. It doesn't have again that driving factor, and so that's what secular humanism was supposed to be. Like, hey guys, we're going to empirically determine this is the most harmful thing, and this is the most beneficial thing, and the spectrum in between. But we forgot. And I'll say we, because I was part of the new atheist movement with Sam Harris and Richard Dawkins and Matt Dillahunty and all that. It didn't catch on because secular humanism requires people to already be moral saints. You have to already want to do the right thing in order for secular humanism to work. And that's not how people are. So we, again, even though I personally don't believe in a God, I understand the benefit of that driving factor. Like on an individual level, yes, I don't have that driving factor of God, but I can still do that. But on a societal level, it doesn't work like that, which is why I'm trying to build a new secular moral structure.
All right, cheers. Good answers, gentlemen. I'm going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock for you there, Hammer. It is time for your closing. Did neither of the judges had any further questions? Correct. Okay. Yeah. They haven't messaged me, so I'm going to say go when you're ready, Hammer.
Okay. I think that I feel like during this debate, there was a lot of conflation and a lot of like Mott and Bailey type arguments because there was, I'm not sure, he at the end, he admitted he couldn't answer this question. If the core of his argument is that without a tradition, we can't form more, or we can't practically form moral, a moral basis. And I disagree with that. Even though it's not popular, if we were to get people to abandon and question their traditions and instead adopt a secular view of morality and then form a new basis for what they should and shouldn't do, then I think that we would have a better world. I think we would have a lot more rational world. I think we would forget about a lot of the negative ideas that we formed, and we would only, hopefully, I mean, it would be better off because we could start to cut a lot of the fat from the things that we believe. Like a lot of things that we believe are negative, like tribalism, stuff like that. That's a part of tradition. Things like things that we should help people who are in need. That's not necessarily a part of our religion. People, again, myself included, you can come to that conclusion through your own personal evaluation of moral standards, and you don't need tradition. And we didn't really talk about religion, but like religion is probably the worst place to get those traditions from. And having a religious basis gets even worse because we're not only it feels a little bit weird because we're talking about, well, we don't need to talk about religion here, but it is important to bring up how religion is like a lot of times it has stood in opposition to science, right? When we're trying to make progress through science, we saw this in Brown versus the Board of Education, like talking about education or talking about evolution and educating children on evolution. Religion stood in contrast of that. And I think that my opponent should have grappled more with facts like that. And I will cede my time.
All right, good stuff. And we got 3 minutes on the clock for you, Jesus. You ready, sir?
Yeah, I mean, I essentially feel like I made my point pretty strongly, but he's saying that I was making a lot of conflations with with the word tradition. I tried to give him the opportunity to bring it more specific, but he didn't. And I mean, I just think that this notion that we could have morals without tradition, I don't understand how that process would come about. Again, we could be able to determine what is less or more harmful, but the is-ought problem exists. We can't determine what we should do from facts. We need something else, and if that is not the basis of tradition, and in many cases the religion, then I don't know what is. I mean, religion was the basis for where all science came from, and obviously there's a huge split now, but it was only the most well-educated and at the time being religious or being religiously educated was part of that. And so, yes, I agree that there's been periods of time where religious people have stood in the way of scientific advancement or things like that. But again, we're not necessarily debating what Hammer and I as atheists would want for society. What we're talking about, which is more important. And so I think, if that's, let's say that society doesn't want to teach evolution, that could still be a strong society. But if that society doesn't have any traditions, any connective tissue, then it doesn't matter what they want, because they don't have any structure. They don't have any political infrastructure, anything like that. So again, I think, I'll just reiterate that science is more important to the advancement of a society, but traditions such as religion are fundamentally necessary for their existence in the first place. So if we want that, society where we are applying science, there must be traditions so that there is something to apply the science to. Let's see. Anything else here? And then, yeah, again, I think the world that he's talking about, again, is a world, like, if he was right about the fact that we don't need traditions, then secular humanism would have made Christianity a myth already. And I mean, despite what Hammer and I personally believe, that's not how it works in most of the nation, most of the world, for that matter. If we're talking religion in general. So I don't think that he successfully made the case that science is more important than religion and tradition.
In time. All right. Groovy. Once again, that's 2 back-to-back great debates. Gentlemen, thank you. I actually need to say before we do anything that I'm just super stoked that every single week it seems like this debates and the debaters are just getting better and better. And I'm fucking glad to see it. So
give a dilly to Hammer. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, cheers.
Cheers.
We have got this time we're going to give it to Doomer first, because he shoved Chief onto the grenade last time.
I said, I'll come back to the chat when we're done
give
here.
you a couple more moments. Oh, you know what? I need to put the vote into the chat. So that is for all of you out there in the audience. Please click that. It costs you absolutely nothing. Just click it. Tell us what you think. I'm going to go ahead and put it over here for, I was about to say, it's almost unfair that you have your own captive audience over there to vote, Jesus, but we're gonna let you do it.
It's all right. Anyway. I flipped him. Don't worry about it.
A lot of them don't like me. Most of them are Christians. Well, I guess I was talking about Christianity here, but a lot of them they don't like my opinions a lot.
Purpose. So, I do actually have a shit ton of notes here, and I just want y'all to know that the questions that were asked that time were from me, not from the judges. And there was a bunch of stuff left on the table, and there was a bunch of stuff that, like, I had several questions for you, Hammer, or like questions where I was like, I tend to write down, hey, I would have said this here, or I would have said that there. Actually, you ended up circling back to all of the points that I would have said, for good or ill. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that's necessarily a winning thing, but just, it was, you managed to say or ask the questions in one way or another that I had written down. So I thought that was pretty nifty. And Lutch, it's always a fucking pleasure. Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
A blast. So, Doomer, you ready to give it to us?
Fuck, I think so.
If not, I could solve for you. Mine's going to be pretty quick, though, but I could go first, honestly, if you need me.
All right, you know what?
Yeah, go for it.
Go ahead. Do it. That's your Chief.
Do it.
Yeah, you two were really a couple of sluggers at the start. Like, it was really great watching you go, like, blow for blow at the beginning. But once the debate really changed course once tradition was allowed to be defined as like culture, essentially. In theology, there is like a theological definition of what tradition means as far as like Christianity goes anyway, as far as like, you know, essentially it's like the collective memory of like the church and through like, you know, everything from like doctrine and the practices and, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, if the definition would have been nailed down to that at the beginning, I feel like it could have been a totally different debate. But
I gave him the opportunity.
Yeah, Lutch knew exactly what he was doing there, and once the debate got into that territory, you know, essentially more important, essentially became foundational to society, and at which point it's essentially all of culture. And I don't know if there was any way to really escape that unless you had, you know, narrowed down the definition in advance. That said, I give it to Lutch 7-3.
7-3 to Lutch. So that's
7.
3-7, I guess. All right. Doomer, kicking it over to you, sir. Where do you stand on it?
I actually saw things a little bit differently.
Interesting.
I saw the same kind of thing with the broadening of the definition of tradition. I think Hammer addressed it somewhat, at least in my eyes, he did. But yeah, I think the more of the question of the debate kind of centered around like, could we draw like our morals and like sense of direction from science, like we have like in the history from religion and tradition. And I feel like the arguments Jesus presented, like where historically they have been more important, is 100% like dead on accurate. And I feel like that wasn't fully addressed. It was slightly touched on with the hypothetical where it was kind of brushed off with the utopia. But I feel like that was almost kind of a concession to where, well, if it is a utopia that's possible, it could be more important. And I feel like timeline kind of wasn't addressed in that fact, where it's like at the foundations of society, yeah, religion and tradition could definitely be more important than science. But as of right now, if we switched over to this utopia, I think you both agreed that it would be more beneficial. But yeah, I thought it was much more close. I gave it to Hammer 6-4.
Really? Okay. 6-4 to Hammer. So we have a judge split decision. So what that means, kids in the audience, is your vote actually matters more this time.
50-50, come on.
Let's get those last votes locked in before I look up the results. But I'm also
I was distracted. What do you give it?
He gave it a 6-4 to
6-4.
Hammer. So
cool.
Real quick, because we have a few questions, actually, I don't know if y'all noticed in the chat, but like every debater in the room has some shit to throw at y'all for this one, except Ancom so far. But there was one question that you, or a comment that you made, Lutch, that I'm going to be looking for clarification on in a second. Like I said, I'm just filling time right now for the audience to get a couple more votes in. But you had said that you alluded to the fact that this existed. So I'm curious, can you give me an example of a religious or societal tradition that is not good scientifically, but is still beneficial to society? You don't have to necessarily answer it right now, but if you got one on cue, what were you thinking? Because
the first thing I jumped to was things like the Crusades, where that's not necessarily good and morally beneficial, but in terms of the main point of having a society to save, to improve. I think the connective tissue of Christianity there, even though I personally think it was horrible. I think most people would, but whatever. That it is still more fundamental to existence.
Okay. Like I said, it was just an interesting point that you made, and I was like, well, what example would you give for that? So, all right, so we're going to go ahead and look over at the votes and see where the audience landed. Everybody go ahead and lock it in. Go into the dashboard, we got plenty of people in that vote. And results. Results are in favor of the no. So Lutch won, but it was narrow. It was
close.
57-42, so that's basically a 60-40 split. So 60-40 in favor of the negative.
Good debate, bro.
So yeah,
We're definitely gonna have a chat, like
really
not
good
in debate form, because I think we could have some interesting discussion.
Yeah, 100%.
Sure,
Yeah, and
okay.
Hammer, I would like to say, man, welcome to the fucking club, bro. I hope that you keep.
Let's fucking go!
That you're in it for the long haul, because that was an absolute pleasure. You definitely
Right.
brought the thunder, like the judges said, man. You definitely did not slouch. So. All right. So real quick, like I said, I'm going to actually do something a little bit different because I got to race like a piss horse. So I know that literally everybody, like I said, Kay has a question for you guys. Groofus has a question for you guys.
All right,
I think, yeah.
when he comes
Razor
back,
said
I'll
he's got a
get through
question
the
for you
chat.
guys. So I'm going to go ahead and walk. I'm going to leave it to the judges to make sure that it doesn't get crazy or out of hand, but I'll be right back. Have a chat.
All right.
Who
Well,
wants-
I have some questions.
Okay, you first. You got it. You first.
Yeah. So I have some questions for Indian Jesus, and it's actually one question and one analogy that I was surprised wasn't used. So the first one was about the fact that you're an atheist, right? So if you're an atheist, right, and you don't think that religion was made by some, divine force that concedes that you believe that humans came up with morality prior to religion and implemented it through religion. So what stops people from just creating a better framework free of religion and tradition?
Absolutely nothing. That is the entire purpose of my platform, but nobody's done it yet, and everybody that's tried has failed, and maybe I will too. But that's what we're working towards. But I don't know. That may be. I may find that that's impossible. I don't know. Everybody that's tried,
I'm
has
willing to
failed.
help you. I like your ideas.
Dilly. Everybody subscribe to the
Dilly.
channel. I'm so close to 5K, guys. I'm so close to 5K.
So,
Dude,
so I
congrats.
don't know if everyone asked their question, but I do have a
I
question.
just asked the.
myself.
Ooh, and
I
does
asked
too.
one, and I'm throwing my analogy out real quick. And then the analogy I'm surprised that wasn't addressed was about it's the hot stove analogy. You don't need tradition to tell you not to touch a hot stove, right? You have empirical senses. So you touch a hot stove, you get a negative sensation. You go, oh damn, I shouldn't touch a hot stove anymore. And since we are all equipped with some form of these like sensations, wouldn't we be able to use these sensations to make some form of
No. We do need to be told not to touch the stove. We do need to be told not to.
you touch a
That's
stove
why
and then you don't touch it anymore.
Right, because you know then from the tradition of putting your hand on the stove, it's going to hurt. Or mom says,
That's
don't
not
touch the
tradition,
stove.
that's
But the
just
fact,
memory.
hold on, the fact.
Yeah,
that-
this is
the
like
fact-
this is my
the
issue.
fact-
I feel like this is like the like.
So
broad-
again,
like,
then you
can-
should have
if you
defined
broaden-
tradition more narrowly, so that I gave you two
I mean,
opportunities to
okay.
do that, and you didn't do it. I don't know what you want me to talk about.
Well,
This
I
is
did-
how I'm
I-
defining
That
it.
is true.
Tradition versus routine was something that I was going to go to later.
Yeah, if
defining
you had said
and
you're
separating-
talking
I
more
mean-
about routines and that's not a tradition, then I may have agreed or disagreed, but we could have gotten into that. And
I
you
mean,
know,
but like, so I think that like one of the issues is like if the position of the debate it has become, well, tradition is everything, and tradition factually had more impact on the world historically, then I guess everything has had more impact on the world than this one specific topic. But if we're making like value judgments, this is why I was talking about like, well, if like we were to create a society where we replace like our traditional beliefs with like secular rational beliefs, would that be a better society? And that's that like goes to the value statement that I was talking about. And I guess if the topic of the debate is not like we're just completely ignoring the value statements, or that's just not what it's about, then I guess I have to agree with the fact that tradition is more impactful.
So
Go
So-
ahead real quick, Razor.
yeah, let
Okay,
me. let me-
Ancom has one and Groofus still has one. So yeah, go ahead.
I was
yeah.
afraid.
So the topic had said that science is more important than science and tradition, not better than. And that's why I was like getting so confused, confused for a little while, thinking it sounds like we're talking about tossing out one and only keeping the other, but it should have been. But I felt like it should have been more of a which one should we put above and beyond before we started doing the other one. So like, should we make it to where society is more science oriented while keeping some tradition like for personal stuff, or should we make it society more tradition based with science being a little bit in the back?
Right. I feel like I addressed that in saying that without the tradition, there is nothing to apply the science to. We need that's why it's more important, because it is the bedrock of why science is important in the first place.
Which was why, for the record, I was asking if there was a possible. Both of the questions were ultimately directed at you, but I asked Hammer one of them because it was a question that, had I been him in that position, I would have pressed on the fact that, well, we can scientifically measure the impact.
I told him this.
Religions, so
and he didn't take it.
The science is more important. Yes, your connective tissue is there first, but the more important one would be how we apply science to it. Because you can't apply religion to science, but you can apply science to religion.
Problem is, not everybody thinks this way.
And then also,
Olivia,
the same thing
I wish they did.
Question, which was, can you give me an example of what was it I said? Hang on.
Hey, we're back to section 230.
That connected tissue, because you're ultimately right. We have to have that societal like baseline, something to connect us, but science could be that thing. So anyways, Ancom, you had a question, sir?
So at one point, a claim was made that morality is tradition, which I find a little bit odd. Like, I could potentially grant that some morals come to us through tradition, but there is a significant portion of it which comes to us through just evolutionary psychology. So I guess my question is, like, how do you grapple with the fact that not all of morality is communicated through tradition?
I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm understanding the direct relevance. Could you rephrase? What exactly are you asking?
Well, you're saying that tradition is necessary, among other reasons, because it contains morality, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but if morality can be sourced from something other than tradition, as in just our evolutionary makeup, then at least that part of tradition becomes unnecessary, no?
I mean, depending on the timeline, theoretically, yes. But and I mean, that would have been a great Hammer. That would have been a great argumentation. Like, what's the time frame that we're talking about? Because I was definitely talking about the past, and if you had been talking more about the present and future, then I think that would have been stronger. So yeah, theoretically, if we get to a place where that pie in the sky utopia does actually exist, I think at that point that science would be more important. But again, in the meantime. Again, that's what I'm doing every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. That is what I am doing, trying to build that secular structure. But
I love the shameless plugs, by the way.
In the meantime, we need something to again incentivize people to do the right thing. And I wish secular humanism was it. I wish Christianity was just a myth at this point, but it's not, and it's because science is not enough.
So real quick, and I think somebody else had something else to say, but I just want to throw my 2 cents worth on there. This is a thing that I've gotten into many a time, and people get like pissy whenever I get into the semantics of it. But there's a significant difference between morals and ethics. And the fact is, ethics are tradition based because they are something that comes from society and culture, as opposed to morals, which are more of an internal barometer. A person can get their morals from any of 100 different sources, but ethics are literally built from a community or a societal or whatever the group's ethics, like it comes from a group and therefore is more tradition based. You know what I mean?
Code.
That's fair. Yeah.
So
I would say it's probably the opposite, but that's in my opinion.
Fair. Like I said,
Kind of.
these are definitionally like if you look
I'd
up
also
like
disagree with
morals and
those.
ethics, it's. But yeah, Grufus, you had a question. Go ahead.
Primarily just directed at hammers purely
thought,
for
yeah.
my curiosity. But what are you politically? Because I noticed you made a lot of Ayn Randian objectivist style arguments, and then made some that contradict them. So I'm just
Grufus
curious.
likes putting people in boxes. So which box do you?
Yeah. Oh,
I do. That's fair.
I'm like, I guess I'm pretty average, middle left. What are the Ayn Randian like objectivist arguments that I made? I don't remember.
That mostly in your opening, something about. I wish I kept flowcharts for debates on my own, but the I don't remember honestly offhand.
Nope, no worries.
Brain
That's
fart.
all right. So we picked at this pretty hard. Unless anybody else has something super critical, we can get to all of this in the after party. That's literally, we're going to go through topic for topic and kind of open chat and bullshit about all of these. So, but we got one more debate to get to, and these gentlemen have been very, very patient. I appreciate the both y'all for sticking through this. And once again, like I said, Hammer and Jesus, absolute great. Goddamn, Hammer and Razor, Hammer and Jesus, like all of these names kind of make a great like gimmick together.
There you go.
So, anyways, you guys need to cross collab more often. Anyway, so
It'd be like
our
an
next
80s movie gang.
I actually was
when
gonna
me and
say
Razor
earlier-
get off, when me
I
and
might
Razor
bring
start
back
streaming
No Man's
again,
Land.
Yeah,
I might bring back No Man's Land and start inviting people.
there you
Nice.
go.
See, if I could find an ANCAP that wanted to host a podcast with me, we could call it Capcom.
Oh my god! Wow,
Cease and desist is already in
You would
mail.
get sued.
Oh, all right, let's get through this.
No, it's
Chat.
hyphenated, Chief. It's hyphenated. It's fine. It's completely different.
Did that got quiet for you guys?
Anyways.
Right?
All right, so we got one more to get to, like I said, and this.
I'll wait for a
is
yes,
the last
but
of the night, and then we're gonna go to the after parties.
Yeah. So, oh my goodness! Shout out to Mom Tech with the $2 making you holla. And of course, Morty getting his treat. Thank you. So very, very much. Let me just update the banner one time.
He has never done a 1v1 here. He's only done the 3v3. So this is actually kind of like a
Over $1,000, guys. Over $1,000 in the Morty Memorial Fund.
Thank you.
Who's?
I appreciate it.
Oh,
How was your year?
yeah, the yeah.
Goku and
that's-
Mecha.
I like Pokemon too. So, anyways, I'm just kidding. I know what Gundam is. So the debate prompt is: I support affirmative action for the poor. Now, there was a little bit of a question about.
Thank you.
So I just
Thank you
want to
so very,
clarify
very
a couple of
much.
these terms. Affirmative action is ultimately defined as the additional benefit to a marginalized group. Okay. Now, as far as for the poor, I think that we can the debaters will be able to pick apart what constitutes poor.
So maybe
But
gods
ultimately,
exist, but I've
this
never heard of a
is,
good reason to believe
this
it.
is
Me
should
neither.
the poor get some sort of
He
special
didn't say he had
assistance or
Motley
privileges.
Crue. No,
Now,
Martin Bailey is
we have 3 minutes
That
on the
is
clock.
what that is.
absolutely lesser culture, more
I
infantry.
have
Yep.
an issue with what you just
So,
said. Also,
that's fine. Yep.
about
Tribalism is innate to
You'll
human
do that in the
culture.
debate, sir.
Don't
So,
like
Razor,
that
you
nature.
are
Yep.
in the affirmative, so that means that the 3 minutes is for you first. Are you ready to go with your opening?
Fuck you. All right, do we want to hear these?
Very nervous, but yes, ready to go.
I'll
Knock it out the box, Luke. Go ahead when you're ready. I'll start the clock.
Okay, so while I do agree a bit with Horseradish's original statement of what affirmative action is, I'll go ahead and read what it is that I'm going off of the Oxford language. As that in a context of allocation of resources or
a vital
employment,
moment to human
the
development.
practice or
Why are we
policy
prone to
of
ritualize
favoring
things?
individuals belonging to groups regarded as disadvantaged or subject to discrimination. I kind of take out that last part because we're talking about the disadvantaged and the poor right now.
Not heard of him.
especially
Never
are heavily
Ramdas.
Like,
Welcome to the party.
Little to no income, little to no medical care,
For now.
little to no education, because their funds that should be going towards these different things are being hoarded by the wealthy. And if we were to use the way that affirmative action was used for a long time when it came to like schooling, there currently is a form of affirmative action.
They may not be religious, but they are dogmatic. And so
are the
kind of the same thing.
Spawn of the wealthy themselves. If you want to go to an Ivy League school, if you had a parent who was already in one of those Ivy League schools, you're just almost immediately let in regardless of what your scores officially were. You could end up having worse scores than
I think it's
the
a
poor person who
Muslim thing
who applied and end up
this looks like the Muslim Mecca
because
thing.
your dad was an alumni at that school. So
Gay!
I would not mind our system more being towards putting hard
you all
workers
love it until it
first
comes your
instead
direction.
of the handouts that the rich seem to keep getting. Then there's also
I think he's right about how I really replied or relied.
Depending on the age that
we're not listening. I really do think that he was right in the sense that I relied heavily on the broad definition, but I specifically and explicitly gave him the opportunity to narrow the definition. I felt at that point I've done enough so that I could contend with whatever he said, but he didn't do it. And then again in the closing, same thing.
I'm starting to run out of time, so I'll get it down to last bits. I would just say that thinking of policies that would help to redistribute wealth that we currently have
thank you
towards,
so very much.
Education for
the worst
younger
thing
people
was the idea that wrongs done here on Earth will be punished in the next life.
A lot of the wealth inequality that we are currently seeing, and an affirmative action
shout out to
policy
tacos.
such as taxes going towards paying for schools is a great first start, and I'll proceed from there.
Hey, yo. So am I, guys.
For you, Kay.
I lost 5 subs this week.
I
lost 5 subs this week.
Start the clock.
Okay.
Start.
So first off, what is the specific problem? If you can hone it down to one problem that you're trying to fix with this policy.
The problem is I don't know if I can answer that entirely because you can fix a lot of problems.
It's so heavily baked into the culture at this point that you can't really escape it.
Say one major thing that I would go for first, it is lack of education in poorer areas.
Okay. How would you implement this?
You didn't say anything about it.
Would you want quotas? Would you want percentage?
Signs of change doesn't make sense in case the world
what is like a method that you would go about enforcing this?
So as the definition says, it's also considering policies. So I would want policies that would reallocate funds to get public schools the materials that they need in order to take care of all kids regardless of your zip code.
Thank you, sir.
Instead of what we currently have, which is that schools are paid for by property tax, which if you live in a poor
California
area,
Republic Tony, welcome. Said God, the true creator.
Area, you have great funding.
Telling you basically not talking to strangers will lead you away.
I lived in fucking cut all of their after.
I don't think it is
before and after.
I don't necessarily believe it, but it doesn't seem wrong.
Out of money because we were in a poor neighborhood, while rich affluent neighborhoods, their schools have amazing before and after school programs.
I agree with.
Their kids are doing fine because of it, because they have the money in their schools. Versus,
okay.
Again, or have sorry.
How are we going to define rich for the person, like the policies who they affect? So if someone worked hard and let's say they got like a healthcare job, since they're now making substantial money, would it not apply to the next job they apply for? And what if you come from a rich, affluent family, but you do not have any resources applied to yourself? Did they get this benefit or not?
I would be more than willing to get.
What's the prompt for this one?
That in the future, but when I'm talking about this, I'm thinking wealthy. I'm thinking extremely wealthy versus minimum wage workers right now.
All right, and that's it for cross-examination. Kay, I got 3 minutes on the clock for you. You ready to open?
Yep.
All right,
let's
start. Catch up with this.
For this debate, I'm going to try to show everybody in the audience and the judge that affirmative action is a discriminatory policy, and when applied to economics is a regressive policy that is made even worse by the fact that we have a whole toolbox of
why do I gotta be with the Muslim looking dude?
inequality in our society, wealth gaps, education gaps, etc., for the masses, without having to use the state to intervene and tell employers who they should hire, how they should weight it, and intervene. So instead of taking,
I made a
more,
poll. I
rights
think
away
that's what they're
from,
debating. Just affirmative
citizens
action in
and
general.
having more government intervention when it comes to telling you what you can or cannot do, I would rather use resources and policy and allocation in other sections that would have a proven track record of efficiency. And it actually sounds that he agrees with some of the points I will later make, considering instead of focusing on the actual affirmative action as it's implemented into his society, he was talking about policies that like taxes and redistribution of wealth in other areas and opening schools in other areas, which isn't actually covered under the current policy framework of affirmative action in America. I cede my time.
Shout out to the Verticals with the 18 likes. Guys, that is more than the Landscapers. There's 18 of you here and only 16 likes. You lose them to the Verdies? The Verdies?
I can question this. How can what questions I can ask on this?
Anything you like.
Hey,
there,
shout out to Candyman. Thank you so very, very much.
Would
Dilly to you.
Would you be okay with kind of policies that keep,
live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern.
Corporate executives from buying out, or not buying out? Sorry. Would you be in favor of God damn it, in favor of a type of policies that would keep the wealthy from buying their way into Ivy League schools versus giving other people a chance if they have good scores?
So legacy hires? It depends on policy to policy, but I think I'm open to exploring that route with legacy hires.
And when it comes to public schooling versus charter schools, would you be okay with making it to where the tax money in richer neighborhoods would definitely be pushed to the poorer neighborhoods because the rich will usually have the money still even after taxes.
Why is it not surprising that he's the fucking commie that wants affirmative action?
Again, it depends on the policy, but I'm generally in favor of using taxes in order to improve local education, and rather than the voucher system that we have that's basically a lottery system for whether you
Today's Saturday.
Good school or not.
Welcome to Earth.
Okay.
Well, at least in Jersey.
For the question, we can just go into the
Yep,
topic.
we'll go ahead and go into your time. 10 minutes on the clock.
All right, here we go.
It's all yours.
Here we go.
Do you want to start, Kay? Or
I can if you wish.
Feel free.
That's 15 seconds
Alrighty.
gone.
So I'm going to go through sections of this. The first I want to cover is the case law of discrimination. Now, this isn't necessarily for the economic side that we're going through, because that hasn't really necessarily been fully tried in America, but we did have affirmative action for race. And during that time, for a decade, during 1970 to 1978,
that was Behave.
We had a court case called the University of California versus Bakke case, which banned quotas because people were using quotas of what race and what gender that you were supposed to hire in school, meaning that, let's just say you're only going to hire 100 people for a class, 70 of them could be white, 30 of them could be X amount of group of people. So they would block out. So if 70 white kids got there before you, but you studied, you tried hard, and you wanted to go in, and there was 30 more open slots, sorry, you're not going to get in because those are blocked out for other candidates who have not even applied yet. Now, this continued for about a decade, as said before, a court case ruled that this was a violation of constitutional rights.
Bro, there is literally one person watching this on
allowed
YouTube.
The factor of holistic considerations for admissions for education, which means that you could still use race as one of the factors to kind of act as what we call a tiebreaker. for
I support
administration.
affirmative action
In
for the
2023,
poor.
the Students for Fair Admission v. Harvard, and later the same group,
Not
the
a single. Oh, he's a Twitch guy. Okay.
versus UNC, led to a Supreme Court ruling that the administration violated equal protection clauses. This was demonstrated by showing that Asian American students.
Hey, this is like that. Why does David Duke support you? Fuck out of here with that shit.
Society, after doing so good in society, were being racially discriminated in their applications for schools. We also have employers that have consistently been fined for violating the Title VII of the Civil Rights Act, which showed explicit preference for race and sex, leading to people being pretty much rejected for a job because of their identity, which they were born with, and they didn't get to choose. So
that's fair.
This is a history and case law of discrimination that had been used, and this is just from the laws in the books. We have to think about a law is more in policy is more than just what it states in ink. It's the implications and effects that it has past this. Past this, you have to think about from the position of an owner. Do you want to take the risk of not hiring someone that has lower credentials when you have, like, let's say that you have a lot of white people. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Do you want to interject? That's fine.
I'm more so I can somewhat say that I'm somewhat in agreement with you when it comes to the whole race-based thing. It shouldn't have been done that way ever. But if we're going to be doing it when we're talking about doing it for the poor, I would definitely want to more speak on ways that could be ways that could possibly be implemented. For what level are we talking? What level are we talking about when we say who is the poor person who's trying to get in and what are their credentials currently? There have been studies done when it came to the wealth inequality between the wealthy versus the poor.
There's 20 people watching on Twitch and one person watching on YouTube.
Amount of effort that
either side
puts in when it comes
this
to
was
their,
a little bit bigger.
when it comes to their schooling.
That's fine.
Or work ethic in general. And the rich kids, while still giving it a try, always did a little bit worse than the more the poorer but harder working their more harder working poor counterpart who had to go through the many hurdles of being poor in order to even get a chance at something. So I'm thinking with affirmative action policies, it would
it's not.
You can't grab this person because their father happens to be this rich dude who would put in X amount of money into your system.
Yeah. Okay. So to kind of bridge the gap from the policies that we have in place for race and going into the form of economics, there have been a few experiments that I was pretty interested in wanting to look into. One of them was done by UC San Diego.
Landscapers, we still need those 2 more likes.
Graduation rates.
There's only 5 people over there, and they're shit! Now they're at 21 likes.
The graduation
they're
rates
at 21
before,
likes, and y'all at 16. Oh my goodness!
Post-affirmative action, they fell to 57%. African Americans specifically, while having their admission rates increase substantially,
I don't fucking know.
They had about 5% of African Americans retaining through college. When they followed up to see the economic effects of affirmative action from when it was implemented versus when it was removed in 2023, they found that the African American, for the 5% that was able to make it through the admissions, there was no economic impact between those ones that made it through and their job afterwards and the people before. So if removing affirmative action, while
no joke, that shit really does help.
Rates, and you still
really does help.
Technically, by per capita, more
we
Africans
beg you guys, please hit the like button.
Africans
it really does help. It's free. It's easy. Same thing with sharing the video. It doesn't even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link just by you telling the platform, "Oh, I like this. I want more people to see it." They will show it to more people. So thank you.
Had negative effects on how many people were making it through the system, and no shown results of who was making it outside of this.
Considering when it comes to affirmative action, the group that actually benefited the most were white women. I don't. It's a little
White women.
I'm not able to fully understand looking into I do understand, but
You're saying white people are good. I can't understand that.
Me when it comes to African Americans before and after AA, because we already, even with affirmative action, we weren't even getting the majority of the help from it. So
well, exactly. That's why it's a terrible fucking idea.
It's a little bit of a moot point in my opinion with that.
I mean, it sounds like you kind of agreed with me. You said you don't care because they weren't getting the full benefits of it. I agree. They're not getting benefits from AA. That's the whole point of me not wanting it. And again, with the legacy hires. I was going to say with the legacy.
You ain't been getting it right, girl. You need to hit me up. You need to get.
Affirmative action, right. Similar policies. If we're going to take some people, not based off of their merits, but based off of looking at their wealth and stuff like that, who their father is, what their identity is, and they allow them. And actually, legacy students suffer as much as AA students when going into the academics. It's the people that get in based off of the meritocratic process of them being allowed in based off of the achievements they made that determined whether the most successful graduates, both through college, but also post following their ability to maintain high paying jobs afterwards.
So it does feel like affirmative action for the poor would actually end up working, because then it would give all of those hardworking students or workers a better chance of being able to get the education that they need for these higher paying jobs that would then get them to move up the economic ladder easier, instead of giving those seats to the affluent who just so happen to have a dad who went there.
Disagree, because it's not being built off of meritocracy. If what you meant is that we want to get minority groups that have the meritocracy into colleges and stuff, I agree with this. Let's build the colleges. Taxes, we pay taxes. Let's do them. Let's put more money into education. But affirmative action doesn't care about the merits that you make. It cares about the identity.
I'll take care of you, girl. I'll blow that fucking back out.
That's what we did it be a race based. We're talking economic. A way to look at it would be zip code. Zip code based.
Is that not still where you're born? You are the income where you're born. I mean, 80% of people
exactly.
Income.
It's
okay.
Exactly.
Yeah. So it doesn't.
It would more target the poorer areas. So in affirmative action for the poor, it's targeting the poorer areas, saying, "Hey, if you live in
we got somebody on Twitch that said he just schooled himself.
Strife, you have a better. We're going to give you a better chance at getting into these colleges, so long as you can show that you are also putting in the work." And also possibly better jobs, as long as you're showing you're able to put in the work.
I would love to get more people into college. Let's build the more colleges and let's build up those neighbors. Let's not just try to push poor people into an area without developing it. Let's develop the areas so they have the resources to create those jobs and that education there.
I think this is true because of just numbers.
I'm in agreement with that.
There's so many more poor people than there are rich people.
With what we're currently talking about society right now, and what our current situation is, an affirmative action for the poor would do wonders to then get those people from those more poor areas.
Jesus Christ, did you guys hear that? My bad.
Not only to get the education, to then come back to their poor areas and help lift it up more.
It's almost like it's not about
end up getting those,
if you have X amount of dollars, you are bad or good.
Those areas, because now we have people who lived that strife, so now they're able to possibly get a job as a CEO for his own company.
You're surprised that he doesn't believe in merit? You don't believe that
economic value to that area. They're able to go out and then come back possibly as a U.S. senator because they learned poli-sci and they ended up getting voted in.
I'm okay with that.
And now they know what the inner city people.
I'm okay with nepotism.
They know what the people who had this strife are dealing with, so they are able to then come back.
My daddy's a doctor. He just retired. I went to a private university and came out with no debt.
Better infrastructure, because they
that
now
set
have
me
the
up.
knowledge that they couldn't have gotten.
I don't know what bigger gift you could get.
They were pushed down by a system that's saying, "Oh, you're not rich. Sorry,
we're not psychology," but that's neither here nor there.
I mean, I can agree with a lot of that, but again, affirmative action is a set of policies that determines, okay, so in this sense of economic, it implies that in a college or in a job that the government would have some sort of mechanism to tell you, you need to preference somebody based off of their upbringing, their, zip code, whatever their parents' income is, instead of hiring who is best fit for this. You got to take into account the full holistic view of a person's background and identity, despite the fact that a rich kid didn't choose to be born rich and they might not have access to these resources. What I'm saying instead, and what you sound like you want, and I'm okay with it, is distributing resources in a way that would like social safety nets to help these people be able to build themselves up. What it would help kids go to college more. If you didn't have affirmative action, you get rid of the legacy hires, you get rid of the holistic racial view, and you get rid of any type of economic view. Instead, if we focus this policy, that money, that resources, and that administration power to instead making sure that unions are strong enough for negotiations, so you have more higher raise to meet cost of living, have the government build sustainable mass amount of housing so house prices go down, so you have more percentage of your income to be able to spend on things such as nicer schools and to go further away. You can have public transit, so that way it's easier for you to get from one side of the city to another, which means that you can go branch out, apply to that job that's an hour away, go to that school that's 2 hours away on your light rail or high-speed rail. It's policies like this, instead of telling the government what you shouldn't do and taking away freedoms from people, we should be lifting people up. A rising tide lifts all ships, and the best way to do this is to make sure that people on the lower end are getting fair pay, making sure that schools are free for if the schools were free and we had taxpayer money,
better call Saul.
A free university such as they do in Iceland and all these other countries in Europe and even places like Latin America, you bet your ass you would have more qualified people going in,
so boring,
more people graduating,
obviously,
taking
affirmative
jobs
action
and building up these areas.
This is some day one shit.
I love the passion, believe me, because I do agree with you. We do need to have all those things. My affirmative action
music
support,
or no music
thought is it's a way to help us get closer to that dream, that I guess utopia, a lot easier, because then the people who are in those poor areas can get smarter. It wouldn't be it's not, because even the things that we're agreeing on will not be an immediate thing. We need to get the education to them as soon as possible. And right now it's kind of not doable because we have a system where the higher up on the echelons are going,
fair enough,
they're poor, we can't let them have it.
I'm going to start this. I'm going to come back to this when we have time to talk.
It's just like,
because that's
you're right. What we want.
But
we want to
there's
make
more
sure
to it.
that everyone has a chance at education. We want to be sure that that education is spread far and wide, and it's not just going to the top 1% and their kids. I want it to go to the poor people, and if we need to put in affirmative action for the poor in order to make that happen quicker, well, a few rich kids get really mad. It's like, oh man, I wanted into Harvard, maybe, but that's like a very small percentage compared to the American people.
All right, that's going to be time. So we actually do have a couple of questions again from the judges. I've definitely appreciated the passion from both of y'all. I'm going to put 1 minute on the clock for each of these.
Put my poll on your downtown, girl. Just hit me up.
We're going to go with, this is a question, I guess, for both of you, since it doesn't specify. Like I said, put 1 minute on the clock and click that going. We're going to go to the affirmative first. So, Razor, the question is, would Medicaid be considered affirmative action because it is a policy enacted to benefit the economically disadvantaged, and do you support its existence? So that question is to you first, Razor. I'm going to assume I know the answer, but I'm going to put it out there anyway.
I believe so. If it's something that helps the poor to have a better life over it, regardless of whatever the rich are doing, it would definitely it definitely feels like an affirmative action for the poor.
Okay. All right. Same question to you, Kay. Do you need me to read it again, or do you pretty much know what it said? All right. Would Medicaid be considered affirmative action because it is a policy enacted to benefit the economically disadvantaged? And do you support its existence? Go ahead.
I support Medicaid. I don't think it would fall under affirmative action, considering affirmative actions, again, is a set form of policy that specifically has to go into, well, there's 3 different approaches, quotas, percentage per capita, and tiebreaker on the admission of somebody into a college and or the hiring practices within a workplace. I don't think social safety nets constitute affirmative action because they fall outside of that set of policies.
Okay.
This is no longer
Now
a
I'm going
high-paying
to go
job.
1
because
minute
the
on the
poor
clock.
believe
This time I've got a different question for each of you from the other judge. So for the affirmative, this is to you, Razor.
If you guys are
Would
on
you want a policy
the
that is more
landscapers,
seen as permanent?
Adam's in the
or is
Discord.
this
The link is
something that
pinned to the top of the
measured and
chat.
lifted at a certain point? So do you
Verdes,
believe that the
you
affirmative
can
action
click
that would
the
be
your pinned
enacted
link,
would
which
be
will
a
bring you
temporary,
to the landscape,
solve, or do you believe
and
that
then
it
you
is
can click
something that
that
is going to
link.
be permanent? Go ahead.
I would say
It's fun for you guys. It's not fun for me.
With the ideas,
Because then it's just about trying to win for the sake of trying to win. That's why I'd rather have discussions.
Disagree on what we're saying on the terms,
as opposed to
if they were to go right, it would go the affirmative action for the poor would go
shout
away.
out to Joseph.
Welcome.
By
the time
okay, so
when it does go away, we'll have already gotten to an egalitarian type of society,
yes,
where no one is undereducated, so everyone ends up choosing the
heavies are heavies, baby. Heavies are heavies.
Correct options to help their family and their country.
Become a believer as a social experiment.
And now we're going to go ahead and put 1 minute on the clock. Kate, the question for you: if there was a measurable policy and it was lifted immediately once it was measured as ineffective, would you still be against it?
Hey,
so in other words,
shout out to Dane. Welcome. I agree with you guys. But again, I don't find that as fun.
Result, would that make
I'd
it
rather
acceptable?
actually be in the conversation because I care about what's being said. And then if we find some common ground, then awesome.
So I'm going to give an even vaguer answer. Again, depends on the policy, but most likely not, because just because something worked doesn't mean it's the most optimal resource-wise, time-wise, and
because
also
I have yet
the violation
to build this structure
that affirmative action.
I'm telling you guys
violates. So
I am going to
if
change
we have other things that are, let's say that they prove that it's like 51% effective or even 60%. That
I've been telling you guys we're much closer to the beginning than we are to the end. So believe me or don't, but your parents are going to know my name. Your kids are going to know my name.
You would have to throw it in front of me to be specifically yes or no, but I would say because of those reasons, most likely not.
All right. So I do have one request from a judge, and actually they wanted it as a question of a sort, but I'm actually going to put it a different way. In each of y'all's closing, I'm going to ask for you to please redefine your personal definition of what affirmative action is and why that is the correct definition of affirmative action that should be applied here.
Interesting.
Okay? So I've got 3 minutes on the clock. That's for you first, Razor. Again, please just make sure you include your definition of affirmative action and defend it. Okay. Are you ready for your closing, sir?
So you're just being sure I have it correct. You're saying our personal, like what?
How you, as you approach this discussion or this debate, the definition that you personally are ascribing to. Correct.
Awesome.
I'll start the clock when you start.
So again, I would say a definition of affirmative action would be very close to the Oxford definition. And it would be the portion where it states
giving positions
policy of favoring individuals belonging to groups regarded as disadvantaged. The poor are disadvantaged people because they have little resources right now. They have chances at most things.
Mr.
The
Razor
quality gap is continuing to rise.
Razor,
close that gap as much as possible, and I feel like an affirmative
shout
action
out to Virgil.
Type
welcome
of
to the party.
could really help with that, making it to where poor people are given a better chance instead of being put under the heel of our oligarchical masters right now.
I gotta pee.
So I would say, and it would need to start, especially for people who are at the younger years. As
Wonder Years? I love that
show. About wealth mobility, people tend to experience the most upward and or downward wealth mobility in the early years of their adult lives. So putting money into making sure that those people get better education and have better options for themselves in the future, so that they can then close that wealth gap more and more, giving more money into the poorer areas that they originate from, can end up fixing a lot in this goddamn society that I love so much, but I'm crying for every day. We can call it something else if you don't like the term affirmative action. This is what it would, but this is technically what it would end up.
It's not the term.
You can call
it's
say zip
what it
code
is.
based, economic based, financial based, but it is going to be an affirmative action to help the majority of the American people and keep the wealthy from fully monopolizing and taking all of us out with their greed.
Good. All right. So 3 minutes is on the clock for you now, Kay. Go ahead and start it when you're ready. Remember, please make sure you define your. Yeah, I was about to say. Remember, make sure you define your personal definitions of affirmative action and defend it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so my definition of affirmative action is it's a set of policies aimed at increasing both admissions to educational institutes as well as workers at workplaces.
No lyrics wins.
To allow opportunities for people that are in marginalized minority groups. The set of policies that are currently historically have been used is three separate ones. There's the quota base of, you have to have this amount of this minority per non-minority. There is per capita population, which is like, so if there's 10% of African Americans in a community, it should represent roughly about 10% of your worker base at your company. And then the last one roughly is the tie base breaker, which is like, so if you do make it to the end goal of having the same exact qualifications, the thing that would break the tie between the candidates would be that if you're a part of a marginalized group, you theoretically worked a little bit harder to get there since you didn't start at an advantaged place. So therefore you should be given the opportunity over the other person. I think that the to defend it of why I think this should be the definition is because it is quite literally the definition and quite literally the policies that have been in place legally.
Good point. Medicaid on its own merits. Framing as an affirmative action is just affirmative action for bad debaters. I like that.
I'm not sure why you broke down into giggles there, but cheers.
I'm sorry, just the way I had to say that. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Fucking kratom is gross.
I was about to say, the mushrooms kicked in. That's right. All right. So once again,
to have a discussion with Mecha Goku.
They would have worked harder if
everybody. Thanks again. That was absolutely amazing. Again, welcome in. Same to you, Razor. I hope that you stick around. That was an absolute delight. I think I have a hunch. I know where the judges are going to go with this, but
wait, we didn't do closing debate. We didn't do closing arguments. We ended on 2 questions.
That's what the fuck you just did. That was your 3-minute closing, bro.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
It's okay. I gave you 3 minutes to do your. So do you want to stop giggling and finish the last minute and a half?
No.
All right,
it's fine. I thought that was just a follow up for our questions.
No, I'm sorry. I thought I clarified that rather than that follow up being a question, it was just going to be something I wanted you to incorporate into your.
Shout out to Rusty Rivers. Welcome to the party. As you are, you're entertaining. Andrew, Jimbo speaking, and even me, entertaining. Most of these debate guys in this space are fucking boring. You should have seen the first of it.
We've got it in the judge's hands now. as well as the hands of the audience. So I've got the
let's
votes
fucking
there in
cook,
chat.
bro. What
I'm
are we
gonna put it
doing?
into
What
the
are we doing?
Discord chat for you there, Lutch. Although I suppose now that you've joined the Discord chat as well, or the Twitch chat as well, you can see it there.
Yep.
But this way, everybody can
Share it
vote
around.
over there as well. So, Chief Doomer, who wants
Was
to go
not
first? I'll
listening.
let you guys sort it out.
But poll is in the chat for this one.
Unless you jump in, I can go.
You're so slow. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. The tortoise wins this time.
You can go first once.
No.
Yeah. Well, you know. Anyways, I thought this was really close. I thought at the end it resolved a lot of
50-50
questions I
again?
had, especially with both of you coming back to like further define what you saw as affirmative action.
You're welcome.
I think that resolved a lot of the questions I think I had. I think the prompt was I think every week we have to shoot the horse once for the prompt.
Hey,
I think,
what is good,
technically,
brother?
the wording of this,
Welcome
I think,
to
would
the
just be like a yes or no. It's like I do or I don't. But
that's a good question. I don't know, but I
it's
support
hard
affirmative
for me
action
to
for the
disagree
floor.
with anything that either of the participants said. Honestly, I agree with everything Razor says. With like the overall goals is and like the intent of affirmative action is like good in whatever sense that you can put that in, and should be like the overall goal. And I think Kay also agreed with that a couple times. And overall, I think Kay more his arguments lined up with I don't support the implementation of affirmative action. And I think I also, like I said, I agree with pretty much everything that was said. Outside of how some court cases were given in context, I'm pretty sure you only cited cases involving like admissions to like college, like education. I didn't hear anything about employment law, unless I missed it, but you can come back to that. But yeah, I thought it was so fucking close. I gave it a 5-5.
Wow. Shit. This is the first time we've ever had a tie, and it's the night that I gave them the ability to have ties. Fuck. All right, cool. Let's Chief. We're a half win's a half win, I guess. So let's Chief.
Come
Where did you
on.
land on this, sir.
I agree. That was a very good and close debate, and I felt like it was overall a pretty good faith discussion.
Disagree. Agree.
I think it came down to restating the definitions for me, and even though Kay was able to bring up several instances where affirmative action was implemented in a way that was not legal, Kay's definition did not seem to exclude like education-based policy for poor communities as affirmative action, because Razor defined it as practice or policy, focusing. I can't even read my writing again. Scribbling real hard. So a practice or policy basically to benefit a disadvantaged group. And I believe that Kay also said that his definition was around opportunities for marginalized minority groups. But despite being able to come up with several ways in which
before the black community is one of the most successful, richest communities in the United States. After the aftermath, they're one of the poorest countries. So how does it? Okay, I got confused. You were saying no, it does benefit minorities. No, yeah, I agree with you.
Focused on for
Agreedo.
Affirmative action for the poor, which was through education based, and because of that, I feel like Razor eked out the win with a 6-4.
Okay, 6-4 for Razor
Damn.
in the affirmative. All right. Well,
And
once
then
again,
online,
that's
75% said
did
no.
not agree at all, really. So it's going to go to the audience. So everybody, please make sure you click that straw poll in chat. Costs you nothing. Just click it. Tell us what you think. And it's coming. Yeah. I had a bunch of shit that I've got full page of notes that I'm
Never
sure
heard
we're
of
gonna
them,
get to later.
but I'll have to check
or
'em out.
I'm going
Thank
to fall asleep thinking about one of the two. But I definitely agree that this was a great debate. Y'all went back and forth. What I thought was interesting was the fact that both of y'all conceded points at some point, but neither one of y'all seemed to be like trying to stranglehold somebody when they did concede a point, which I thought was.
But again,
was
you
neat.
can see
Usually
how like
if,
this has
and
been
you
a.
actually
We're
saw
already
this
at
earlier in
three,
another
almost
debate, where
three
if
and a
somebody
half
like
hours.
will be like, well, that's a good point. Then like,
It's a
well,
small
see,
channel.
There you go, got him.
There's a
You know
total
what I mean?
of
And neither one of y'all seem to kind of do that. or,
23
like, really
people
hold them to the
watching
frame
on
like that,
Twitch.
which again is kind of nice. It was kind of
I
cool. You were
enjoy
like, okay,
this,
cool. You see
but
that
there's a
point.
lot of
But there was
sitting
still some
around.
daylight between y'all. So, anyways, that's it.
And for somebody who's realizing
drum roll, please.
that I don't necessarily
This
love
one-
debate for the
this
sake
one
of
is going
debate,
to be,
I
in
want to
the hands
debate
of
the things
audience.
that I care about because
Let's
I
see what
care
they
about
have
them.
to say. And everybody, yeah, that was great drum roll. Looks like
Can I use my
70-34. No, K wins it with a 70-30. Well, wait a minute. Does K win it? Fuck, I don't know.
That'd be a draw.
Let's think about this. It's a draw. Okay, yeah, because
Hey,
whoever did that, you're the best. Thank you.
Gotcha.
All right,
Nice.
yeah. So that's a draw. Good job, gentlemen. Doomer had it for a tie.
I shake your hand virtually.
Yeah. Again, enjoyed the hell out of it. So with that said, I have to say it again. I appreciate every damn one of y'all for showing up tonight, for hanging out. The audience, I appreciate you guys coming in. Things are going to change a little bit now, though. And I actually
wouldn't
have
care
to
if you
say
dipped
that I
out
sort of
after
messed up
your
a little
debate.
bit
This panel's going.
insofar
Well,
as,
that's what I did last time. That's what I did last time.
Do the conversation
because I went to a
like
different
I
thing.
decided to try it out and see if the
So we'll
the
see what
feedback.
We'll see what
and
the
open
panel
discussion
is.
about the
I'll stick
topic
around for a little while.
immediately after
but,
each debate.
I'm
was gonna
fucking
be a good
tired,
idea,
bro.
but it felt like it was a little too clunky.
I'm fucking tired.
Normally, and for those of you who are just tuning in or this is your first time hanging out, this is when we all pile on. So, with that said, if any of y'all knows somebody that you're like, hey, this is my boy so and so, or this person needs to get in here, they've got something to say, I'll vouch for them.
There you go. I'll vouch for any of you guys.
The room without
but
having
don't
to be
fucking
vetted through
fuck
the
shit
server.
up.
Otherwise, if you're somebody who's already a part of my server and you have access to this room already, please jump in.
Wontek,
And if
Adam,
you want access to this room, ask me really fucking nicely. And
Dane,
I'll decide. So that's
DJ.
2 minutes or 2 hours is on the clock. We're going to go ahead and have 2 whole hours, even if that means we're going a little bit late. But nobody is obligated to stay.
No.
Say whatever the fuck you want.
Yay.
And let's
No,
get
but
Let me go. Let me.
yeah, no,
Let
nobody.
me go ahead and let me go
Nobody
ahead and
bitched
say
about
for
it, but
myself.
it's just
I
common
do
decency.
get up at 4 a.m, and it's about to be 9, so I have to start winding down. So I'll just give my little bit of an outro to everyone and everything like that. Thank you so much for having me. I was fully prepared for an 0-3 against me. Like, I was not prepared. I was like prepared, but I was fully prepared to lose outright. The fact that I got a tie is a goddamn monumental victory for me. Kay, again, you were an amazing person to talk to. I wish to have more conversation with you in the future. Maybe we can get more into detail about ways we can help this country become a better place for all Americans, not just the rich.
Dilly
Hell
dilly
yeah,
to that.
brother. I sent you an ad.
Yeah, I just saw it. I'll go ahead and accept that. And to everyone watching, I am going to get back into streaming, although it's mainly going to be video games for me, and the occasional joining of things like this. Follow me on RazorSharpG on Twitch.tv. I realize that it rhymes, and I hate that I've just
If you have a link, drop
Lean
it in
into
the
it,
chat.
brother. Lean
If
into
you
the
have a link, drop it in
rhyme.
the chat.
Lean
Or
into
even
it.
just chat again, so we can all just click your name and give you a follow that way. So.
Razor, just as long as you're playing a better game than Final Fantasy X.
You know what?
That's not hard to find.
That's the guy that spazzed out.
I feel like
That's the guy that spazzed out at my first debate.
Power Walk Simulator 2, so I don't think. I think
currently
Who
right now-
remembers that?
versus
Who
worst
remembers that? It was the
I'm
last time I was
feeling
on this
the
channel.
I am
I just
currently
basically played League of
on
Legends,
my
so
off
I'm better
And
I
than
am
all
currently
of
on my
you.
off time playing.
And he went up,
Code
and he was like,
Vein,
"Bro,
which
my
is
brain ain't
basically
even
Dark
working."
Souls with anime vampires. I might just start streaming where I'm currently at. I don't know.
Hey,
But,
shout
hey,
out to Dane with the
Yeah, let me go ahead
$2
and get
bigot.
get
You
the
holla!
link, and then I'll put it in
Another
the chat, and then I'm out of here.
treat for
And
Morty.
for what it's worth, Razor,
Wait.
I assume that you want to continue participating in the debate, so I'm going to continue sending you a link, or I'm going to continue sending the prompts every week. You might not necessarily be in the debate, but I still get everybody's responses. And as you saw tonight, like with that first debate, I intentionally put an ANCAP and an ANCOM together, so I try to make it as interesting of a debate as
Thank
I
you,
can,
thank you, thank
but
you.
ultimately,
So
I'm
very,
also limited
very
by-
much, sir.
In this case, there were 10 prompts. 5 of those prompts, every single fucking person agreed. I'm like, well, I guess those are useless now, which is cool in some ways, because it's like everybody that I sent it to is like, yeah, no, we need to have guns. Oh, okay, cool. Or every single person that I sent it to was like, no, the presumption of innocence is important to judicial system. I'm like, oh, well, fuck, cool. So anyway, the point is, I'm going to keep sending them to you, Razor.
Yeah,
Thank you,
Razor
all have
be
a
Roddy.
wonderful.
I was
All
wondering.
right,
Doesn't
have a
have
good
dog.
rest. Have a good night, man.
Y'all have a wonderful rest of your night. Fucking
Followed and
God, I'm so happy I did this.
and
Come
we're
on
glad,
back,
we're
brother.
happy to see you.
It only gets easier.
You're great.
That's right.
Oh, can I just say something to Razor real quick?
Oh,
he
no,
left.
no,
you can say it to us.
I'm gonna have to sadly inform you.
No,
that
no,
that's
I'm not saying it to any of you people. All right.
All right, cool.
Can I just say that
Yeah.
with that whole thing about gun policy, you know, like how you said everybody agreed on like that we should be
Every
allowed to have
goddamn
guns.
person,
It's
yes.
almost as if like our politicians are falsely representing that the majority of the population
Almost
agrees on gun
I can't
policy, but
afford
For
to
what it's
buy
worth,
bacon or
whenever
ham.
I first started the Everyday Stoners, and I had Roddy and I had Barbie together, that was my first encounter with the horseshoe theory. Was I found that the far left and the far right were equally pro-gun, but it was because they were equally afraid of each other. I thought that was crazy. So, anyway,
that's like
Razor is
something
still
that
listening,
Is
Hammer,
that
real
why?
quick. So if you want to say your thing, he is listening.
You said that he was playing Code Vein, and I wanted to recommend Black Myth Wukong because it's also a Dark Souls-like game.
Everybody in their Dark Souls, I tell you.
It's
What
listen,
hap-
it's
what
only
happened
for
to
real
Pac-Man,
gamers,
bro?
okay?
that's worse, honestly.
Only for
Harder.
real
than-
gamers.
Yeah,
Horse
the
radish,
Pac-Man
you
is
said
what
you had a
boomers
page of
play on
notes,
Twitch
right?
now.
I do. I have pages of notes. Yes. Well, yeah, actually. So for the first one, and this one's going to be kind of maybe. I hope it's not insensitive. I don't see why it would be insensitive, but I thought that it was funny that that AAs getting AA was a problem.
Thank you so
mean,
very
That
much.
it was just interesting that both of the terms in that sentence both had the acronym of AA, because you stopped at one point, you slipped a few times and stopped saying African Americans and just said Africans, which I thought was kind of not super cool.
Racist.
But then I thought, well, you could just shorten it to AAs, and then later on y'all started using AA for affirmative action. And so you were saying that that affirmative action negatively impacted African Americans, AAs were negatively affected by AA, and I just thought that was kind of fun. Kay, so your setup through cross was absolutely great. Your cross examination, like the way that you were, your opening, actually everybody's use of cross X tonight was fucking awesome and exciting to me, because every single one was used properly. But yours in particular, Kay, was a standout because I didn't give my so I'm actually
Again. Yes, we could afford it if we shoplifted, but despite not having a belief in God, I do, in fact,
ultimately, I'm
believe
going
that
to give
you should
it
not do that.
to K. And it's
There we
because
go. Oh,
there
sorry,
were several
birdies. I'm
times
forgetting
that
about you,
I
even though you've been
disagreed with
coming
your
in
position,
clutch.
you
Thank you,
were
thank you,
able
thank
to manipulate and control
Thank
the
you.
narrative and the tone beautifully. There were times, and it was almost like gross debater trick, where you were able to turn him agreeing or disagreeing with you into agreeing with you. I didn't write down exactly what it was that he
Thank
said
you.
something
Thank
like,
you.
well, no, you're wrong because of
Thank you,
this.
sir.
And you were like, so you're saying I'm right
Exactly.
because of this?
You get
And
it right.
like he just let that shit slide. And I was like, fuck, that was brilliant. So you calling the affirmative action regressive and avoiding
Guys,
the
that is
state for equity, that was a really
1050.
good point.
1050 on the Morty Memorial Fund. My goodness. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
The fact that it's inherent, this was a question that I was going to ask
so
you.
very much.
Affirmative action is inherently discriminatory, but is that always bad? Would it be considered discriminatory to rule out less qualified employees?
Yes.
I mean, again, not everybody has the same access. Some people are going to be discriminated against. They're just discriminated against for different reasons. If you're discriminating against somebody because of their lack of skill or their lack of education, their lack of transportation, is that not a discriminatory action? So not all discrimination is necessary.
If I have that chicken, I need it for me.
I'll give you a chance.
This is what my main
real quick, because like I said,
thing.
A lot of
Protein
them, I don't
shakes.
hover on me too
This
much.
is how I survive.
Not completing does not dismiss the benefit of opportunity. You were talking about the fact
That's
that
all I've had today.
Affirmative action caused.
I will have a can of soup with pasta after this.
Join college.
That is all I've eaten
but
today.
Also to more of them to drop out of college. And I would say that doesn't necessarily rule out the benefits of giving the opportunity that.
No, I spend the money on Morty.
Numbers would bear out.
That's why I don't have money on myself.
Benefited from it
or for myself
overall than necessarily. And I know you said that you had some studies, so I'd love to see those stats. If you have like links or whatever, that'd be dope.
Yeah, I can get you to them after the stream if you would want. I do have a reply to that though, because I did study.
One last question, and then you can answer all of them. Would you have criteria for access to the government housing that you said you would be for? So you had said that you would rather see our taxes go towards building affordable houses for people so that everybody has a roof over their head. Would you have minimum criteria for those affordable houses? Or do you think that a rich person could scoop up that?
Verdi's got 23 likes and the landscapers only got 18.
So you want me to
just say
so the first one, that is discriminatory, I guess, by nature. If you could discriminate of like, hey, you don't have the qualifications to meet this job, or you're too far away from the job, or something like that.
No, sir. I am a dog trainer. So throughout the day, I drive around Jersey and train people.
Correct.
Just drinking some water. So leave that.
The second one,
not completing, dismiss the opportunity.
So that's my full-time job.
Oh yeah,
I would love to do this.
So with that one, I did.
I would love to do this like for a living.
And there are
we ain't there yet. We ain't there yet. But
support what you're saying.
Like I always say,
the access
closer to the beginning than we are to the end.
Look at it from a wholesale picture instead of like looking at like specific pinpointed like results that you won't want to see. Could improve, but they didn't the lives of those people, but it didn't really have any data points for me to follow up. So I kind of fall back to the ethics position on that of like, okay, so you're saying you're going to give the opportunity to somebody who's most likely to fail is better than giving the opportunity to someone who's statistically more likely to succeed. That doesn't really make sense, and that seems like an opportunity cost loss for society overall.
Okay, and then that third one was, would you have the criteria for the affordable access housing?
I am of two minds. I don't mind if it does have criteria as long as they're reasonable criteria.
Would that not be discriminatory?
It would be discriminatory. But I already conceded that.
Yeah, and I know, but that was the thinking and connection was why.
Yeah. Not all discrimination is bad discrimination. And so with that, I'm of two minds. If like there's limited housing, like in a place like New York, and you can only build so much affordable housing, I'm okay with some type of means testing to it. But overall, I'm of the mindset of just all you have to do is really build, whether the government or private corporations or a combination of both do so. I'm fine with just fucking build the fucking houses. It's not like rich people are going to want like mass amounts of fucking condos in like a Section 8 like housing area surrounded by quote unquote the poor. So I think it would sort itself out pretty fast.
Okay, cool.
Actually,
well, hold on, because Chief asked about my notes, so I'm going through all three debates real quick. I'm just dumping my notes real quick, and then I'm going to move the fuck on. But I'm doing it as quick as I can, I promise, because I don't want it to hover. So I already touched on a lot of the stuff with the Lutch and who was that? That was Lutch and Hammer. Yeah. Me. So I'm just going to kind of read it out loud as I'm going through. Some of the stuff, because I told you the questions actually came from me. So can we scientifically measure the benefits of tradition? Difference between tradition and routine. So Hammer using the rational versus logical, useful. I don't know what the fuck I meant necessarily by that. Yes, morals can come from data and logic. So again, because morals are your internal barometer, you can absolutely use data and statistics, or even the burning your hand was a great analogy that should have been used against you, where yes, you have to burn your hand once, and that is science. You are learning from your experiences to create that new moral compass of these are the bad things to do. I don't want to do those things. And I thought he could have dug in on that. Why can't science become that connective tissue? I said that. Jesus, smooth talking is fuck. Goddamn, that is good. Yeah. Again, like I said, I was spooging over here.
They fucking love me.
You said something about Guy coming back was about Christmas, or that you celebrate Christmas. Even though you don't care that it's about a guy coming back. It's not. It was his birth. The guy coming back is Easter. But the fact that the fact that you got that wrong actually benefited your point of you don't give a fuck what the reasoning is. Yeah, no,
it's also not his birth. Christmas
I wish
isn't
it was.
his birth.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
That's
exactly. He was born in the fucking summertime, but you know what I mean. But the tradition, whatever. I just thought it was funny that you did that, and it reinforced your point.
Oh man.
Good. Take away tradition, controlling cross. Oh, you were controlling. Yeah. So that was another thing, was during the cross, you took control of it and started reversing the questions on him, which anytime somebody does that anytime somebody's able to do that, that means a lot to me, because basically in debate, I feel like a very big part of it is controlling the conversation, right? And so if you are able to keep it where you want it and take his time away from him and he's okay with it, that's crazy. So actually people, beating their wives would be traditional, wouldn't it not? You were talking about like that is what it was historically and used to be. Like everybody did that. That was common, and now we don't do that anymore. So is that not a case against tradition?
Yeah, more broadly, husbands owning their wives.
Exactly.
Being treated as property rather than as people. And I'm not even talking necessarily about slavery. It's literally men were thought to own their wives and daughters, and the reason you had a bride price was because the husband was literally buying his wife from her father.
Right, but remember
traditional ethics that we now consider bad. So
and exactly. Remember, I wasn't making the claim that all traditions are good.
Tradition is good.
It's just that it's a necessary factor in having anything to apply science to.
You used beating your wife, or the stance against beating your wife, as a tradition. And I was trying to say that that's not a traditional stance. Actually, that's the only point I'm getting at.
I think I'm the one who brought up
some definition of tradition
thing.
Was it you? Okay, fair enough. Yeah, see, and it was under. At this point, there were so many notes. Usually, I try to keep it under each person. So some of these, I don't necessarily know who I'm directing.
I mean, he's saying it's the tradition in the current culture in this day where we're at. So
now, it's the new tradition.
Yeah,
so
Hammer. I think
tradition still tradition.
Yeah, Hammer, I think if you had created a time frame and be like, okay, well, yeah, if you're talking about the past, but for right now, we already lived through those traditions, and so we already have that information. And so at this point, we're going forward, it's more important for us to focus on science. I don't know. I don't know what I would have done if you said that.
So
I think
most
okay.
No, go ahead.
Well, I think
we got a hungry dance.
I'm almost done. Go ahead.
Okay, the quick thing is, I think the to me it feels like the big difference was like you were coming at it from like I guess like it felt like you were coming at it from a factual basis, like, oh well, yeah, like our people are more influenced by tradition, right? I'm like, okay, fine, but like to me, if we're talking about what is more important, the question is what is more important for you to base your life and your morals on? And I would say obviously it's more important to use logic to determine it than call upon whatever traditional thing.
Mm-hmm. And that, I mean, that was purposeful and framing it very broadly because of the fact that I'm folding a lot into what is a tradition.
So most traditions come from religion. That was the reason for the actual prompt, the way that it was worded, was because, and y'all were talking about we can take religion away.
I got you as soon as they move on, Dane. Thank you so much.
Are religious based. Would you agree? So again, I felt like those two things were tied, but the religion is generally cooked into tradition.
Mm-hmm.
Like it may not necessarily like that's where they're started from. I'm not necessarily saying that they, because again, you don't care if it was his birth or his death, but you just you want to take presents and you like Christmas trees.
Yeah.
So anyway, but it's still based on religion. Hammer made a great point about the fact that religion attacks science, but I would have also held you to the fact that, well, science attacks the fuck out of religion, doesn't it?
Indeed.
That's probably better.
I mean, I have my preference in that battle, but they are equally combative to one another was my point. What is an example of a religion or societal tradition that is not good scientifically, but is still beneficial to society? I asked that one after the debate, but I didn't really feel like
a shout out to Made by Jimba. Welcome. We have somebody who is telling me that they are going to take me.
Muted.
Not tomorrow. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Was that at me? I apologize.
Yes, it was. So I had asked you immediately after the debate for you to give me an example of a religious or social tradition that was not good scientifically, but is still beneficial to society. If you can think of any of those, because I felt like there was a time where you were saying that, and you did acknowledge that not all traditions are beneficial to society, but can you think of one that goes against science, but is beneficial to society? The one that I thought about would be some people could frame pro-life stances, which is to say that science has its opinion about viability outside of the womb, when does life begin, et cetera, but religious or tradition has a different idea of when life begins, and it could be that could be framed as more beneficial to society of giving everybody the chance at life, even though science would argue against. But can you think of any other tradition, like a tradition proper?
So are you asking something that is actively harmful or just not scientifically grounded?
I'm saying something that is, okay, so you had said not good scientifically, but yeah, let's say not scientifically grounded.
Because I would say prayer is a good example of that, where I don't think prayer works, but the contemplation and the ability, like outside of religion, it's essentially just meditation. And I think that whether you are praying,
there is scientific benefit to that, though, right? We can scientifically measure the benefits of meditation, right?
Sure. Okay.
And if that's the case, then we're applying.
Mostly it's
so you're saying
placebo effect. It's mostly placebo effect.
Right.
Sure.
So that's what I was getting at. The prayer is not like the prayer is, trying to get God to change things, and that doesn't align with what's happening. And so the meditation is not the purpose of the prayer; it's a byproduct. And so I think yes, okay, I guess that. So then it doesn't. I don't know.
Again, that was the way that I would have gone on that one. So, anyways, absolutely great conversation. Now, last one real quick, just because I want to get through it. This one has fewer notes, so it's not going to take as long.
I got you, Dane.
Ancom opening with the quote. So. I want to start by saying, Grufus, you did way better tonight than you did the first time you tried. I know the nerves got you the first time.
Okay, they're moving on.
This time,
Dane with the big 10. Thank you. So these guys don't have a personality that makes anyone enjoy listening. I'm talking about like a black fatigue debate. What sort of sounded like popcorn leghorn.
It was you recovered from it quickly.
Or it sounded like I drank a whiskey. Yeah, exactly. They don't know. So I'm going to do these both in one. We also got Arrow.
Tory debater in here.
You all over the place. Thank you. So very, very much. Morty went to his
fucking dunk on you for it. Do you know what I'm saying? So that said, props to both of you and Com for being exactly the conciliatory fucker I hoped you to be, and Grufus for again bringing it this time. So Ancom opening with the quote about the environmental impact.
2 refills.
Yeah, I said that about you. You stuck on environmental impact instead. Ancom Grufus, of all of the night, y'all's use of cross-examination was the
I'm gonna
best
put it
in
over
my
here.
opinion. I enjoyed y'all. Y'all were a master class on what that is supposed to be. Like that was the best representation of the intentions behind the cross-examination I could think of. So thank y'all for that.
Thank you.
Rufus, like
we got a refill coming. Thank you so much, guys.
But the way that you tried to control the prompt, or you tried to reframe it so that you made it a Capcom that is going to stick. So that you made it a Capcom debate. And the fact that Ancom repeatedly avoided you doing that, like he was fucking Wonder Woman out there. So you would not fall into the traps you were laying for him. So again, I actually agree that Ancom took that, but it wasn't by as big of a margin as it could have been. So and
Or
then
as big of a margin
really
as
nifty.
it was.
It was really, really nifty. This is how I wrote. Really nifty.
Yeah, Jim Bob, if you're still here, we got Angry Amputee promised he would bring me to the liturgy, and I absolutely am open to it. We don't live too far apart. He said, I think, Angry, you said you're coming up this way over the holidays, I think you said. But we're going to make it happen. And I'm going to tag you. I will absolutely make a video about it and tag you, Jim Bob. But yeah. Welcome to the party.
I would have, if I had tried to stick with that last part, I probably would have been able to do better. But it's a not simple logic chain to describe. I guess you could say.
Thing is, I can actually understand the logic chain that you were trying to make, but I think it fails in the same way that, like,
I don't think that's supposed to be the purpose, but
railing against
in January. All right,
like,
so
someone
January it is.
Who is defending capitalism against someone else?
I don't like mornings,
who is
but I'll do it for you guys.
capitalism and saying, like, well, you're using a phone created by capitalism, aren't you? Like, it's a bad tactic because, like, we have no choice but to exist in the reality and the environment that we are in, and we are advocating to change that environment. So, like, you can't use the present circumstances to argue that someone arguing for
what
change
else do you need to know?
is,
That
being hypocritical.
he eats better than I do.
It's also
I usually have a protein shake
that it could have happened
and a can of soup with
society,
pasta.
We don't know. You're
and that's the
implying
day.
that there's no way that phone would exist if we existed outside of a capitalist society, which is a false premise.
Ancom, I don't know if that applies to this though. I mean, you're not arguing for a system where your oxygen and your vocal, like your speaking, is shared amongst the community, right?
Well, yeah, but I was talking about natural resources. Bodily resources are like we both agreed early on self-ownership. I was defending collective ownership of natural resources, which are separate from my body.
I know that. That's what I was saying. It's not exactly the same as the iPhone one, because you're arguing in that example, like they're making that case that you own an iPhone, which is in the confines of the system you live in, but you're not arguing in the future to make it where you would share your own body. That's not what you're. So yeah, it's not the exact same thing.
I meant to write that down, but yeah, thank you, Lonzo, for reminding me. The way that you refused to accept labor as a natural resource was also brilliant, because he tried so fucking hard to shove that down.
Yeah, I was really sticking to the prompt, because I knew that if I got drug in to a wider communal ownership argument, that it was gonna just trail off into, esotericism. And I'm like, I want to keep this focused. And like the fact that I did recognize that is an improvement on my part, because I'm usually really easy to drag off onto sidetracks. Ask Despy, he knows.
Oh, we all know, bro. We hang out all the
time.
That's one of the hardest.
Yeah, no, it happens all the time.
Yeah, that's one of the hardest parts of this.
To recognize that was a sidetrack and avoid it is like, I'm impressed with myself on that.
Yeah, it's definitely.
Yeah. What do you mean? Yeah, Lutch.
No, I was just saying it's definitely a part of this whole thing where it's like people think, yeah, just talking, I could do that, but there's so much going on, and staying on the topic and be like, well, that's not relevant. Let's get back to that's always such a big thing, because usually people will say something that they're deflecting, and so they're going to an area where they feel comfortable, so they say something confidently, and then you're just like, yeah, that's not what we're talking about.
And that's I said, that was what I was giving you props for, was you controlling it the way you did.
Yeah, and so I it seems like I'm finally learning how to, starting to learn at least how to avoid the sidetracks and stay on target.
You're making me feel fat.
That's called checking your tism.
Yeah, truth. So real quick, and I have to.
I told you I'm not telling you guys.
Too, I have to. Sir. We all just got, anybody who uses Discord much. I'm
very insecure.
Just recently gotten a nice little report card, right? And so there were your name showed up as one of the top 3 people that I have sat in chat with over the course of the last year. I just thought that was kind of nifty, and I figured I'd let you know. And that was split between
I'm not
you,
5'2", I'm
my wife, and
5'4".
Rick.
Thank you very
So,
much.
thought that was interesting. But I also found out that I'm in the top 3% of global Discord users. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Anyways,
I
like-
never even looked at my report card. Now I gotta go.
oh,
see
dude,
if I
it was
can
kind of,
find
yeah,
it
you
again.
should. I took screenshots. Fuck, I'm like,
Yeah.
dude, I'm gonna hold that against myself.
Well, there's
That's
a couple
like being the
people
top
who
3% of Reddit users.
Yeah, there's a couple people who are like, they were like, oh, this is the most, who you're interacting with the most, and I need that somebody who's not, usually like at every stream in the after parties and everything, but he's been going through some stuff, so he's not there. And he was like the number one friend. He was like, oh man, that's so awesome. So I felt good, and be like, hey man, we love you.
I also,
no, absolutely.
I also
but I also have
I was trying to refrain from using that argument because I'm planning on using that argument partly against Gorp because I know it's gonna be easier to make him fall into that trap than Ancom.
I was listening to
That's
you,
right.
and
What was the prompt that you were working on with him to? Because just so everybody
We also
knows,
got Guns
there's a
and
grudge match
Cafe
coming up
over on the
between
Burt
us
stream.
and,
Welcome
and
to
Griffiths.
the party. Really, really.
I'm trying to find it. I don't remember offhand.
Well, real quick then, while you're looking, so everybody knows, I'm always happy to host or bring on if you have somebody that you're arguing with something about in a debate, like, and you want to put it in the ring, right? Because that is the one thing I've been told is kind of a benefit here is the way that I do the structure. It's a little bit more like it's not you're able to articulate your thoughts. It's not just fucking yelling over each other, and you have enough time to articulate your thoughts. It's not just like who can talk the fastest and fucking Ben Shapiro through this. So again, that said, if you guys have a debate
or
there's another one between Kay and Legate. I don't know if you're still out there in the chat, buddy, but yeah, there's one of the prompts that y'all have seen it. All of you who get the prompts regularly have seen me ask the authoritarian question a dozen fucking times. And I
want to debate that.
Keep up.
That's the one I want to debate.
Kay and Legate have a little bit longer before I give it up because they
definitely
had that
need
debate. They
I got
asked
plenty
for
of
that prompt
protein. I need more
specifically as a grudge
carbs.
match, and I've been trying to get it to happen. But I want that fucking debate to happen. And I actually would rather it be a 3v3. But I believe that this was one of the prompts that Doomer had talked about us trying to. I'm looking to get a 3v3 match from my group and maybe, I don't know, somebody else who hosts debates group, right? Like especially somebody on a more conservative, because I mean, I'm center left or left. I'm lefter than I am. I'm fucking all over the place, right? What is it you said? Politically homeless? Yeah, cheers
politically
to that.
homeless works.
Totally related. Like I felt seen when you said that. That said, if I could get a three bangers from this team, but this is also why, for those of you who don't know, I'm going to bring this back, and I'm sorry, I'm going to put it back open to the conversation here in just a second, but I'm about to start doing this more formal starting January, and I'm hoping that I'm doing this on the spot. They're not going to necessarily be forced to answer. I'm hoping that my 2 judges will continue to be these judges for me, because if I can have 2 consistent judges as much as possible, but then again, I also wish that I could get Doomer and Chief in the fucking ring. But I was
I'm the
going
same way.
through doing
like
the score.
post-liberal,
Somebody recently
politically
bitched,
homeless,
I'm gonna
right-leaning, libertarian-minded.
But
Don't put me in a box.
somebody has bitched.
Someone's always going to bitch.
Somebody's always going to bitch. So somebody bit. It's funny that you said that, Chief, because it's you indeed. There is going to be a grudge match for you, Chief. So Tyler has complained a couple of times that you didn't see property damage as property violence. Your comment about that really stuck in his fucking nail. So that said, I actually am crafting a prompt for the 2 of you guys, and this one can or maybe not. It may just be a 5-minute debate, something.
None of you guys want to come up?
Debating whether
I'll
or
vouch
not
for you
property violence
if
is
I know
a
you.
thing. Whenever I have said this to like 4 other people, they've all looked at me like, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. So it should be an easy sell for you, Chief. But he really wants a piece of you for that. So that's
Rage Against the Machine said that silence can be violence, so I might have to concede already.
All right, there you go. He will be delighted to hear that. But the reason that I said that, or the reason I brought that up, is because his concern was how judging would work. Because I'm going to put a prize at the end of the season. I'm going to have an overall ranking in the server for debates, but I'm also going to have seasons and give some sort of a prize. I'm not sure what exactly. I've had a couple of ideas, but the point is that there's going to be some sort of carrot at the end of the stick, and if we don't have unbiased judges, then I would I would risk people losing.
I'm gonna go with no, but this is an.
That said, as I'm going through, because y'all saw him, I'm about to defend you. I'm about to defend you.
No, wait, hold on. I just want for clarification.
Go ahead.
He thinks that it's a bias, not that I'm
Correct.
just wrong in my interpretation.
Correct. He feels that it is specifically because you're a lefty.
That's interesting.
Now, I'm going to say that as I'm going through watching the debates, because I'm going through all of the ones that have already happened and writing down the results.
Are we talking about what you're doing with your channel, or is this a panel about the fucking?
I liked it when the boss was doing that. I think it's kind of cool and whatever. So that said, as I'm listening to,
I do this, and it's interesting enough.
Go back and listen to these.
I can't imagine you guys.
So that's unless somebody's like,
let's
go
talk
check
about the
this
things
out or something happened. But as I'm listening to it, looking for the results, and I'm doing it while I'm working on other shit, there has been twice now where both Doomer and Chief have said, I disagree with everything you said, but you said it so well, you win. And so I was like, that's the fucking proof right there that you guys are the best unbiased judges. You guys debate based, or you judge based on rhetoric, et cetera, et cetera. So that said, if I can get the two of them to commit, I'm going to be able to have a structured debate format.
I am speechless.
And I also have to be less picky.
So,
now,
so then, Olivia, can I identify as white?
Based on, of course, your positions, but also what's going to make
if you're saying they're the same
interesting thing for me to watch.
And if I say I'm a white man, do you accept that?
I'm doing this because it's a fucking hoot to do.
I mean, we already did the debate.
I told y'all before.
So we're in like open panel.
I'm just going to out him
but
right
he's
now.
Kind of just
maybe y'all who know him.
I'm hoping
back into it, but
that
the judge.
This is just a little thing, and we kind of get back into it. But the debate's happened already.
It's not even laundry. It's just truth.
Okay, so I'm white now, guys. I'm white.
Had a problem with me, literally.
That's crazy.
I started it because I made fun of him being a monarchist. So ultimately, it's on me. But I found out he wanted to debate. And I said, yes, absolutely. Fucking get in here. And the thing is, I don't hold grudges literally against anybody ever. It's just not my nature. So it's like, please. Yeah, no. I think he's fucking hysterical, to be honest. And so he and Circa had a prompt, I don't remember what the fucking prompt was, an economics prompt. And instead of a yes and a no, one was,
didn't you hear? Lights or no?
Neither.
I'm white now.
And
I'm a white man.
That's fucking brilliant. I want to watch that. They didn't end up doing it, so somebody else got that debate prompt. And so I do it based on what I think is interesting. But if I'm going to do this as a structure, it's going to have to go based on ranking, right? But if I'm putting only the low-ranked people against the low-ranked people and the high-ranked people against the high-ranked people, is that fair for the overall placement? Like, again, so anybody who has any suggestions, I am open to it. I'm going to start this January 1st, which is my 4-year stream anniversary. So I'm going to start it as of the beginning of the year. If anybody
Marilyn can't be God,
how I should structure this, I am all.
We let her think that.
So thank you for listening.
Do it like boxing, where you have lightweight, midweight, and heavyweight.
So funny you say that, Desperado, because one of the things that the Auntie is so tired of listening to me fucking babble about this. I'm sure. I love her to death for it because I sit out here waffle about it, right? And she actually has helped so much. And she was the one who's like, rank it just like you would the UFC. That's the reason why I'm doing I give the MVPs, because it's basically like the fight of the night, right? Mm-hmm. In the UFC.
Okay, I think just because think about all the call outs and stuff like that when we got to do last minute replacements and stuff like that. I feel like it might be impossible to do. And I feel like it's also, if we're all here to improve our rhetoric and learn how to do this better, then, you know, when you play chess, the way to get better at chess is to get your ass beat at chess by someone that's better than you, right?
Yes.
So I feel like instead of separating the classes, what you should do is maybe if you have your own kind of private rankings of your different tiers, make sure that within the season, each person faces a certain like weighted amount.
That's why I'm
from,
hoping
each
like
different
we're
group
going to get back
ensure that,
into the actual
you know,
discussion. But if they're
there's
just going to
some
talk about what they're
level
doing with
of
the channel, then I don't want
fairness,
to like no
with
offense.
the matchups, just so it's not like, you know,
but like that's not entertaining
your
to you
lowest
guys.
ranking going against your
It's
highest
barely
ranking and just
interesting
getting,
to
like,
me.
stomped constantly, but maybe they only have like a couple of those like high tier debates.
We'll
and
give it
then,
another
like, it's more weighted,
5 minutes.
Their competition. Until it gets maybe towards the end, if you do some like all-star event or some shit like that for like the titles.
No, there is one problem with this, and that's just that it's difficult for me. And I told you, funny enough, again, you and Doomer, I was trying to set up a debate between the two of y'all, and I couldn't because when I start out with two people I'm trying to get to debate, I then have to find a way to tailor a prompt that neither one of you is going to allow a prompt to have a trap built into it. You know what I mean? So you're going to debate
This is also
me over the fucking prompt,
a
and I have
thing
to find the most
with I
salt
see a lot of
prompt
small
imaginable,
exactly. Is that what
where-
Dana's saying?
Or like every
I find that a lot
possible
of streamers in
caveat
this
has been
space do
added
streams
and
like
it's
this.
goddamn a
Yes,
paragraph
yes,
long.
that's exact. You took the words
or
right out of my mouth.
That's what happens when I
Right
go into it
out of
trying
my
to
mouth.
match this person versus this.
Yeah, because I'm
So,
doing this.
How do
Imagine if I was just
factor
sitting here
in the fact
quietly,
that I have to
and you only had this
have the
conversation.
positions
Come
be on
on,
the opposite.
like, are we gonna do
And
this?
if they're not,
or what
I
are we
can't
doing?
put those two people against each other.
Guns Cafe says sounds like that DSA video in which one dude was complaining
like
about
you, so
gendered
you just
language.
laughed earlier.
Pretty much. Hey, a shout out to Olivia with the
It sounded like
$2.
he was
Thank
about
you,
to-
thank
like,
you,
that's what it
thank
sounded
you.
like.
So very, very much. And of course,
Anyway,
that gets Morty
yeah. So like I said, I'm probably going to try
And
to straddle the
refill.
difference between the most interesting debate, prompt, and oppositional team, but I'm also going to have to watch to make sure that people get enough opportunity, because that's the other concern. I'm almost thinking I'm going to have to do this more than once a fucking week, or I'm going to have to do this like the entire 4 hours is just going to be debates. I'm going to have to do like 6 a night. You know what I mean? In order to make sure that everybody gets a fair shot within
That'd
the
be
time
dope.
period. Do you know how hard this is?
True.
No,
True.
I stream 3 times a week. That's
And I love you guys. I love hanging out with you guys. I really do.
It's 12 hours a week. So plus the prep time and such. So that said, if it gets to where I'm not doing my painting shit nerd night watching fucking UFOs with Ancom, which is again, as my Discord numbers say, really fun for me. If I have to give that up in favor of another debate night, then fuck it, I'll do it. So, and especially if I get enough attention and, you know what I mean, like people who want to play. So if you guys know, that's the last part of this is if you guys know other debaters, people who want to play, please let them know, send them my way. Hey, that was cool.
I know a bunch of people that would want to do it. I just wouldn't want you to meet those people because they're not necessarily the people that
you don't want to dirty the waters. No, you know what? I appreciate
You're right.
too. 100%, because you know the vibe of the kind of debates that we're trying to do here, and so yeah, exactly. Right. Invite the kind of people you want to play with.
If you want to go back to the prompt I had, or with
I was gonna say I got about 20 minutes in me. If you guys had anything
I'm
specific to the prompts,
blazed, so my mind wanders.
You're fine. It's business owners should have the same natural rights as everyone else.
Could you say that
That's
again?
right. Business owners having natural rights. Yeah. See, and that was actually a great example where who raise your hand if you understand what natural rights is or why that's a specific designation. Anybody? One?
I didn't realize.
One hand. Okay, cool. So
I
again,
thought you were going to say NAP.
I don't think so.
I might or might not know.
Not the right.
Depending on who
Natural
I'm
law.
talking
Not
about.
the host. I don't know who
Natural
else
law.
is streaming.
Yeah.
But this is a small
Again,
thing.
it was
I'm
a phrase
the
that I'm
biggest
like,
channel
why
by
is this-
far.
Like,
I'm not at 5K.
I've been
yet.
told by the silly little questionnaires. That
Come on
I'm
up, hit the link in the thing.
I've been
and I'll
told
vouch
by
for you.
every single libertarian I talk to that I'm not allowed to call myself that. So that said, apparently
it's funny. It's funny that he brings up the concept of natural rights and then says something like, "Do business owners deserve the same natural rights?" I'm like, natural rights are just that. They're natural. They can neither be given nor taken away. Every human has the same natural rights automatically.
Right, and I'm arguing the affirmative, which is why I'm confused. Gorp is taking the negative.
And just so you know, there, horseradish, the tankies tell Ancom he can't be a communist.
They could do it like Twix, natural rights and natural lefts.
And minarchists tell me I can't be a libertarian. I tell minarchists they can't be a libertarian. It's all over the place.
And all the non-capitalist anarchists tell all the anarcho-capitalists they can't be anarchists.
Well, did you guys watch Did you guys watch the Dave Smith and Zulu debate the other day?
Yes.
What did you guys think?
I don't know who either of those people are. So Dave Smith, Zulu.
Dave Smith is a libertarian, quote unquote libertarian.
I know that guy. Okay, yeah, the comedian guy.
Yeah.
Yes. Liquid Zulu
he's the one who's talked against Israel, right? And got shit for it. Yeah. Okay, I remember. Yeah.
And Liquid Zulu is a anarcho-objectivist, but like imagine Ayn Rand's ideology taken to anarchy.
This is my game.
Anyway, I found him very, very black and white, and like, someone very like. It's more about, well, I'm more correct, and I know this is essentially parroting exactly what Dave said, but he was spot on. That I'm more correct. I'm more of a libertarian than you, because he specifically said that, like Dave gave the hypothetical. If somebody was going to torture and kill the person you love most in the world, but you could stop it by stealing a penny, would you do that? And he was like, no, I wouldn't do that because principles and da-da-da-da. It's like, okay, bro, but like, you're really going to let's say your mother get tortured to death so that you can maintain your principles? Like, that's why libertarians are not that much of a force in the political landscape.
They're not.
So shout out to Let's Chief, because one of the debate prompts that I've been trying to get to go or to trying to make happen was because of something that a position that he sort of gave me the idea or the inspiration about political gatekeeping, because he has he comments often about the fact that liberal is used as a slur, right? And is that beneficial? Who's that helping, right? That like the left, go ahead, defend why political gatekeeping isn't detrimental to our society.
I'll tell you exactly why. It's because recently I've been able to convince multiple people who are very right-wing over here in my southern state to vote for me in the future. The reason that is because I very distinctly distance myself from the Democratic establishment by saying that I am not liberal. I actually very much so hate liberals.
Well, right. But isn't that feeding into that same thing?
No, it's not.
Thank you. You're
like, I'm not one of the bad ones, like a liberal. I'm different. So they're not buying into the liberal; they're buying into you.
Yes. Okay.
So that's where we're talking about the word liberal being used.
Movement that I associate.
So you are inherently dividing the nation, is what you're telling me. You are preventing the movement from the needle from happening by infighting.
I am dividing myself from the people who are actively allowing the needle to move further to the right by their existence. So yes, I am dividing myself from from certain parts of the nation.
So then
absolutely, I mean that mostly in the political sense and not so much in the constituency sense. I think that the constituency that is labeled themselves as liberal are not an issue. I think that the politicians who label themselves as liberal.
What does liberal mean to you, Lonzo?
Liberal is the system that we. Is the system in which
you okay, Boba? Oh, you're good. Okay, we're gonna go out a little bit. You be a good boy.
And most things of like the mercantile class was founded under.
Okay, that doesn't tell me what it is.
It's liberal.
Oh,
not like
he's owed a
refill.
I'm gonna give it to him down.
How you used to mean like the Democrats, which is just different.
Because that's the thing.
There's two different uses of it, and the one that you just said is not what you're talking about when you're separating yourself from the Democrats.
No, I'm separating myself from the Democrats using that term because that's the way that the word liberal is perceived to mean the Democratic establishment today.
You
in
mean
this
based on the
country.
colloquial usage of the term liberal?
Yes, yes. I obviously see
not the
liberalism
definitional usage, but the colloquial usage of the term liberal.
I don't know what colloquial means.
Colloquial means common usage.
Oh, okay.
Especially regional.
Right. Yes. It's kind of like, you know how people said CRT and DEI and they had a completely different meaning from what it actually fucking was? Yeah, that's called the colloquial use. It's also known as a proprietary definition, which is fucking
when
retarded.
People say words mean different things or
kind of, yeah.
Evolve, but definitions don't evolve, colloquialisms are added.
Can I just point out that liberal would literally define both political parties? Like both
according
Democrats
to the
and
term,
Republicans are liberal. But the point is that when I use liberal as an insult, I'm using it, I only use it in reference to the political people in political power, not the constituency. And two, I'm not using it in the way that it's definitionally meant because no right-winger or even liberals as in their constituency understand the definitional meaning of it, unless they're very well read. And those are not the people I'm trying to address this to, or trying to get them to look at the politics and divide a line between who it is that's been an enemy of progress.
You're addressing a group of people that have probably read this definition and understand this definition pretty well.
Yeah,
so
when they say gatekeeping, you're like, oh, you're not a real liberal. You're not a real socialist. You're not a real leftist.
Real quick,
like telling Dave Smith he's not a real libertarian because he wouldn't let his mother get tortured.
How do you feel about the term classical liberal? And I hate that Joe Rogan talked about this once because I have to say his name every time I talk about it. But what liberal means has changed in a colloquial manner. Insofar as what I used to be was just liberal. Right. Like I was like, yeah, I want more stuff for people who need it. Like, duh. Like, that's like I
gotta get Morty out.
I was historically Democrat until I realized
what I'll do
is I hate the DNC.
What I'll do is I'll drop out of here. I'll take him out real quick.
But
and then I'll come back. I don't have the energy for the after party.
Are now called a classic.
I'm gonna find an out, take him out, and we'll be good.
But some people have yelled at me for using that term.
I was about to say.
It kind of associates you with like why I left the left kind of people, in my opinion.
Right, and I didn't leave the left. I just left the DNC and the RNC. Fuck them both. They're businesses at the cost of democracy, in my opinion.
Just come to the light side, brother. Just come to the light side.
We prefer being homeless.
But real quick, sorry guys, I gotta get Morty outside. So I do have to run. Hammer, thank you so much for the debate. Really appreciate it. Horseshoe, appreciate it as well. And everybody else.
Me Horseshoe,
is my dude.
You call me Horseshoe. I'll take it though.
Please check me out on YouTube. I am at the Indian Jesus Official. I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. So hit that subscribe. You know YouTube sucks with those notifications, so may as well ring the bell too, because sometimes I'm live whenever I feel like it, like right now. Thank you so very, very much, guys. Look forward to the next one. Peace out.
Have a good night. Goodbye.
All right. Oh, all right. Can I turn my camera on? Whoa! Oh my goodness! I didn't think this through very much. All right, you know what? I'm just gonna go through some of the chat, and he's gotta go. Yeah, we're gonna see what we got here. Didn't miss too much. Yeah, I think we're just gonna close it down. So big shout out to all of the members, the donations. My goodness, you guys came through so fucking hard. I am very glad I didn't put push-ups in the fucking goal tonight. That's a Monday, Wednesday, Friday thing. So Olivia before was saying college debt isn't nepotism, because I was bringing up the point about how my parents were able to send me to a private university without and I came out with no debt. So the what I wanted to bring up is the notion that one time when I was going to get a tattoo, then I had my dad come with me. Long story short, we together, he and I created a laser tattoo removal practice from that. And I definitely had a lot to do with it, especially in the beginning with setting up like the website and the pamphlets and all that stuff. But I'm not a laser tech, and so I might end up moving down to South Carolina where my parents live, and maybe just become a laser tech, because in Jersey you have to be a doctor, but other states you don't. So I don't know if that's nepotism, but I mean, my parents are immigrants. They came here with nothing for the explicit purpose of giving a better life to their kids, and they did that. And it took a long time for me to be okay with that and not feel like, well, I didn't do anything. I don't deserve this. But I think that's what whatever. That is nepotism. So I'm fine with that. But yeah, for a long time, I was like, oh man, I'm a bad person because everybody else has to go through these things. And it's just like, no, I'm just lucky. And a lot of us are, and a lot of us are not. Candyman said, you can't be truly conservative without a liberal critical thinking mind. Agreed. Not necessarily capital L liberal, but absolutely agreed. Who else did we have here? We had Jennifer, aka Arrow. We had Dane, and again. Now we had Arrow again, and Olivia with the $2. Thank you so very, very much. Again, a big shout out to the sponsor of the stream, our boy Funk Master General. Guys, thank you so very, very much. Now we are over $1,000 in the Morty Memorial Fund, and I cannot tell you how much that means to me. Like we said, he's good for now, but that won't always be the case. And knowing that you guys have enabled me to be comfortable with the fact that when he does pass, I will be able to do what I want to do to properly memorialize him. So thank you so very, very much, guys. I hope you enjoyed everything here. I don't know how much debating I'm going to do going forward, not because I don't like it, but because I'm much more interested in genuine conversation as opposed to trying to win. But we will see. Guys, thank you so very, very much. Once again, he's like, bro, let's go. I got to shit. That's why you should have shit when I took you out before. But whatever. Thank you guys so very, very much. Once again, that is the Overlord Morty, and I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Please help me get to that 5K, bro. Hit that subscribe. Please, until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.